Okay, so good evening, good afternoon, good morning from wherever you are joining us from. I am Esther Gena-Brima. I'm a senior data associate at 10 Analytics. So I want to officially welcome us to today's session, right? So today's session is going to be very, very enlightening, right? Because one of the major concerns that Nigerians in diaspora have is, okay, after I'm done with my master's degree, what is next? What do I do? Where do I go from here? How am I successfully integrated into the workforce, right? So today's session, you're going to be learning insights. You're going to be acquiring knowledge on how you can plan towards transitioning from a tier 4 student visa to that of a skilled worker, right? So I want to welcome all of us. And before we start, right, I want us to do a little exercise, right? I want to know where we are joining us from. Are we in the UK? Are we in Nigeria? Are we in Canada? Where are you joining us from? I want to see it in the chat box, right? Because it's interesting that, okay, we have like a lot of persons joining us from different areas, right? So we can commune with each other, right? So I can see Ghana, I can see UK, Lagos, Nigeria, UK, Nigeria, that's nice. UAE, that's the United Arab Emirates. So welcome, welcome, welcome. So I can see David from Nairobi, Kenya, right? So it's amazing. I love our energy so far. So I can see Amadi from Poland, Norway, UK, right? So we know that we have like a guy.
The reason why the small thing with the put inside right.
So give me a moment. Okay, so that's been rectified. Okay, so I want to welcome all of us to today's session, as I mentioned before, and we are going to be learning a lot. So I want you to get your notepad and a pen, because it is really, really important. You'll be having experienced persons come talk to you on what steps you need to take. So it is necessary you write these things down so you do not forget. So I can see a response in the chat. That's amazing. Let's keep them coming, right? So moving forward, who are we and why do we have the right to come teach you how you can transition from a student visa to a skilled worker, right? So basically 10 Analytics, what we do here at 10 Analytics, we are an educational technological company, and our goal and our mission is to ensure that Blacks, Nigerians, Africans are successfully transitioned into the tech industry, right? So we know that, okay, Africans, we are smart, we are intelligent, and okay, we are excellent, right? So it is high time we channel this excellence into the tech ecosystem, right? So that is our goal, that is our vision, right, here at 10 Analytics. Please confirm, can you hear me clearly? I can see a message in the chat that, okay, well, I can't hear you. Can we hear me clearly? Okay, so thank you so much. Thank you so much. So we offer a variety of programs, right? Data analytics, business analysis, data engineering, data science, financial analytics, HR analytics, and then a Power Platform, right? So we have experienced individuals throughout across all of our training programs that will come talk to you, come educate you on, oh, okay, this is the part that you need to follow to be a tech pro and a tech sis, right? So that is what we do here at 10 Analytics. So I officially welcome us to today's session. So now moving forward, right? So we can see from our flyers, we are having 2 professionals that are coming to experience and amazing professionals that are coming to teach us and educate us today, right? So these are the 2 amazing persons. They are the founders of 10 Analytics. We have Adeza Suleiman. He's a data analytics expert with close to a decade experience in this industry. So we have our co-founder, Efemina Ikpo. The amount of wealth of experiences that they have gathered over the years, that is what they are coming to show us. That is what they are coming to educate and tutor us this evening. So if you do not have your pen or your notepads, trust me, don't let village people follow you this evening. So that get that and okay, ensure you listen, right? So now moving forward, our achievements. I mentioned that our goal is to ensure that Africans, Nigerians, Ghanaians, Kenyans, the Black community are effectively represented in the tech industry. So we have successfully helped 500 persons transition from, okay, having no prior knowledge in the tech industry, in data science, data engineering, Power Platform, and the rest of our programs, we have helped them transition to getting a paying job. So imagine, so it's just as if you don't have a prior knowledge on this, right? So we'll take you from the basics, we'll take you from the foundation and ensure that whatsoever program, whatsoever tech stack that you're going into, you acquire this knowledge, right? So moving forward, we have like our impacts in the year 2022, right? So we've been published in a lot of papers. You can see business, you can see Punch. This is how we have been impacting Nigerians, right? Have been ensuring that, okay, it's not just for you to learn these skills, but how can you deploy these skills in the real world scenarios, right? So we'll be getting this slide so you can, okay, read through them, right? So we posted a data analytics hackathon. So as I mentioned, it's not just for you to learn these skills. How can you now deploy these skills in solving a business problem? How can you ensure that, okay, what you've gathered, you can use it in the industry, right? So these are impacts that we've done, right? So as I mentioned before, you will get these slides and you can go through them, right? So the most recent, okay, event that we had was a data analytics hackathon for our students, right? So our goal is to ensure that you acquire those skills, not just within the classroom skills or not just the tech skills, but also what you need to shine in the tech industry. So, okay, moving forward, we can see that our participants have gone on to work with a variety of organizations. We can see NHS, we can see Post Office UK, we can see UBA, we can see GT Bank, TD Bank, and a variety of others, right? So as I mentioned before, we are going to be learning a lot today. So I am reiterating, get your notepad, get your pen, and be ready to listen, right? So now we'll be starting today's session. I'm welcoming the founders of 10 Analytics. Hi, Adeza. Hi, Epimina. Good evening. How are you doing this evening?
Very well, thank you. How are you doing today?
I'm good. So I'll be handing over to you now.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you very much for that, Brima. And well, good evening from my end over here, and good morning, good afternoon to everybody joining. I can see we have quite a number of people joining from different locations, and that's simply wonderful. About 190. We're expecting more people to join us eventually, and we're going to have an amazing time today. All right. All I request from you is 2 hours of your rapt attention. Okay, 2 hours of your rapt attention. So we'll walk you through how to navigate the job market, especially in the UK, all right, how to transition from a dependent visa, from a student visa into a tier 2 skilled worker visa, all right? And if you're in the UK, if you're in Nigeria, irrespective, okay, how can you leverage and tap into the opportunities that exist? I'm super excited to be here, and I'll just jump into it. I think Brima has done a wonderful job introducing what we do, and myself and Efemena, you have both of us on the call. So I'll take a part of the session today, and Efemena will come back to round off the other areas. Okay, so please, you don't need to turn on your videos. If your video is on, please just turn it off, pay attention, have your notes, have your pen as well, so that you can take note of the questions that you might have before the end of the session today. All right, so I'm just going to dive into it and then let's get going. All right, so everybody is muted just so that we have very minimal distraction. And like I said, we'll have time for Q&A before we wrap up the session for today. So let's jump into what we have. And I'll just walk you through my slides. Like I said, just confirm you can see my slide, Ife.
Yes, it's clear.
All right, absolutely fantastic. So just to also, piggyback on what Brima said earlier, for us, our goal and our mission is to help as many people of the Black community to get into tech as much as possible, as much as we can. Right. So one of the things we've seen over the course of our career and our extensive experience is you have other nationalities, especially the Asians, they've been able to crack that code. You go to a normal company, a tech company, a global organization, across the globe, in the US, in the UK, across the globe generally. We've had extensive experience working with organizations across the globe. And one of the things that would surprise you is you wouldn't really find Africans within these tech roles, holding these tech roles, especially the ones that are a bit more technical, right? So we set out to change that narrative, and we've been able to help over 500 people within the space of 2 years to make the switch from completely zero level into getting their first jobs in tech. And we'll show you some of the strategies that have made us very successful in that regard. And I would also show you, first of all, how to identify in-demand jobs. Okay, how do you first of all identify the jobs that are, highly sought after? That's the first thing we'll look at. Then secondly, how do you search for these jobs that can eventually sponsor your visa? Okay, so you have different category of people on the call today. You have people who are currently students. They came into the country, started their master's program, and by August, September, they'll be wrapping up their projects. And it's just beginning to dawn on them that, look, do I have the skills to compete in the job market? Because one of the things you'd also find is, you'd find out that most of the things you learn in the university would not translate to the skills required for you to hit the ground running when you get a job, irrespective of the areas you've just gotten a master's in. So I'd also be showing you how to leverage on that, how to get skills before you eventually wrap up with your master's program. Now, some of you are dependents. Okay, so maybe your spouse is the one currently doing his or her master's, and then you also want to make that switch and make that transition to get a skilled job that can give you the opportunity to remain in the UK and eventually translate into your permanent stay and so on and so forth. We also have that category. We have a category of people that are in Nigeria and are also looking to move to the UK. All right. So how do you equip yourselves with the skills that make you competitive in the job market to ensure that you're able to get not just a job, but a job that can eventually sponsor you? All right. So look at that and look at the different variations, the different categories. And I would love to also get your feedback. Now, the third part of our session today would revolve around how you can also position yourself for success. Because trust me, there are so many people that have the technical skill that you probably want to get or you already have. But the question lies in how you are able to put that into play, how you are able to position yourself for success in getting jobs that will sponsor you and so on and so forth. And then we'll talk about the Tenalytics internship. Okay, now let's get going. So first of all, like I said, how do you identify the jobs that are high in demand? Okay, and we'll take different routes to identifying this. And the first route to look at is the jobs that are on the shortage occupation list. Okay, so you have something called the shortage occupation list. And on this list, you have jobs that are in high demand. And because they're in high demand, you don't have enough people with the skills to fill in those roles. Okay, so you don't have enough people with the requisite skills to apply to those jobs and get those jobs. So those jobs are on the shortage occupation list. All right, so if you apply to a job that is on the shortage occupation list, you have a high tendency of landing that job, number one. And then when it comes to you making that switch from a tier 2 visa into a tier 4 visa, a tier 4 visa to a tier 2, which is from a tier 4 visa to a skilled worker visa, you also leverage the points that comes with this shortage occupation list job. And I'll show you how that plays out. All right. So to make that switch, first of all, you must ask yourself the question, can I get a sponsored job in the UK? Is it possible? Can I get a skilled worker job in the UK? Can I apply to a job, get the job, and then I can go ahead and apply for a skilled worker visa? Is that possible? All right. Now, to start answering these questions, there are a couple of things you must take into consideration. And one of them is jobs that are in high demand. Okay, some people are saying they can't. Okay, Adiola can hear me clearly. I believe I'm audible. If there's At any point where I'm not audible, Brimer, please let me know, and then I can make some adjustments, okay? For you to apply to a skilled worker visa in the first instance, like I said, it's a point-based system. You must have 70 points. You must have 70 points, okay? So what is this 70 points all about? How do you come about 70 points? It means you must meet certain criteria that would lead up to the 70 points. And I have that on the slide, and I'll explain to you step by step. And we'll also go through a practical exercise where we'll look at jobs and see the type of jobs that will give you this 70 points or even above the 70 points, so that by the time you get such an offer, you can go ahead and apply for a skilled worker visa, all right? So one of the first things you want to look at is this job offered by an approved sponsor, okay? And what does that mean? You have different companies that can sponsor you or sponsor your visa, all right? So you get a job, you can't just get a job with any company and then go ahead to apply for a skilled worker visa. No, that company must have the ability to sponsor you. There must be a licensed sponsor by the UK government, okay? So we'll also look at that, and I'll show you the list of different organizations and how you can also get that list, how you can leverage the list to streamline your application so you're not applying everywhere, okay? So is that organization a sponsored organization? Do they have the license to sponsor you, to offer you a certificate of sponsorship? If the answer is yes, you get 20 points. Okay, you get 20 points if the answer is yes. Now, secondly, you can't apply to any job and then also expect to get a skilled worker visa. So the job must meet a required skill level. It must meet a required skill level for you to apply to get a skilled worker visa. So you must ask yourself the question too, the job I'm applying to, does it meet the appropriate skill level for me to apply for a skilled worker visa? If the job does, then you get an additional 20 points. That makes 40. Okay, now we go to the third criteria, which is English language, English requirements, which, you know, for those of you already in the UK, you would understand that this is usually, you know, a requirement expected for before you got into the country or while you're in the country. Okay, so for English language requirements, if you have IELTS, for example, or you are doing your master's program, it means you have already fulfilled that requirement. Okay, so if you are doing your master's or before you got into the country, you wrote IELTS and it's still, you know, it's still valid, then you have additional 10 points. So you see the point system, and for each criteria that you meet, you get additional points, okay? Now, we've looked at the first three criteria for the company, if they are licensed sponsors, looking at the skill level of the job, and also looking at the English language requirements, okay? Now, you also need to take note of the salary, all right? So you're applying to jobs, you're not applying to a job that will pay you £18,000 per annum or £20,000 per annum. That would not give you any added advantage. So you also need to take note of the salary of the job you're applying to. Okay, so first of all, if you're applying to any job that is less than £23,040, if you're applying to any job that is less than £23,040 per annum, you get 0 points for applying to that job. So even if you have an offer, and the salary is less than £23,040 per annum, you don't get any additional points based on the salary requirement, all right? So for you to start getting points, to meet up to the 70 points, remember, we are going to 70. 70 is the magic number. So for us to get to the 70 points, you need to take note of all these considerations. So anything less than 23,040, you get 0 points. But any job you apply to and the salary is within 23,040, you can see that here, to 25,559, then you get 10 points. So this means that if I'm applying to a job I must take note of, number one, can that company sponsor me? And I'll show you how to check and where to check for jobs where all you need to do is go to the website and it already calculates the points for you. And you can leverage on that, apply, and then you see where you fall into if you can eventually get an offer and apply for a skilled worker visa. Like I said, we're going to be very practical about it today. And at least we'll check at 2 to 3 different job roles and see how they fit. Okay. So you must check if the company has the license to sponsor you. That's number one. Number two, does the job meet the appropriate skill level? Number three, do you have the appropriate or the required English language requirements? Okay, do you have the appropriate English language requirements? So if you've done your master's or you're currently doing your master's, then you would have met that requirement. If you haven't, then you need to write IELTS to meet the requirements. Now you also need to take note of the salary. So for me, I always advise, if you're applying to a job, apply to a job that will pay you nothing less than 26K pounds per annum. It can't be less than this. Of course, you always go higher, and because the average for different jobs across the different tech roles would usually be more than this, okay? But just because sometimes because of desperation, people would look for things that are very low. So I always advise nothing less than 26,000 pounds per annum, okay? Once you do that, if you get a job offer that pays you up to 26,000 pounds per annum, you get additional 20 points, okay? And that's how you build your points step by step. If the job is also on the shortage occupation list, you get an additional 20 points. So step by step, you build your points, and the moment you get to 70 points, that's all you need. You go ahead, apply for a skilled worker visa, and then you get your tier 2 visa. Okay, so like I said, a lot of people currently in their masters looking at the fact that in the next few months, and this is something I always advise for those that come to me for advice, especially early when they get into the country and so on and so forth. What do I need to do? How do I need to stay on top of the game? And that's why information is very, very crucial. How to navigate the job market, okay? Now, a lot of people get bogged down doing things around warehouse. You do warehouse jobs because you need to make, pay for different utilities. You need to pay for your rent. Some would focus on the care visa and so on and so forth. Not that there is anything totally wrong with that, but there are so many other avenues that you need to take note of. Am I building skills that will give me the job that I want at the end of my program? That's one fundamental question you need to ask. Do I have the skills that would make me competitive in the job market? And if the answer is no, then you need to look back and think of your strategy of actually getting the job when you are done. All right, jobs are in high demand, absolutely, Oluwatosin. Jobs are in high demand. Organizations require people that have the skills, and they're employing every day. Last week, about 3 to 4 people got jobs. About 4 people got jobs here in the UK, sponsored jobs. All right. Now, how do you check for jobs that fall within the shortage occupation list? Because you can start from there. The shortage occupation list, you start from there. And if you're able to get a job within the shortage occupation list, what it means is automatically you get 20 points. And that gives you higher chance of getting the job within that category because it's in high demand. That's simply what it means. All right. Now, you have a link here, and I'll share my slides with you at the end of today's session. The slide I have all the link to all the different websites we're going to be going to today. I'll show you different things on how you can get the shortage occupation list, organizations or employers that can sponsor you, that have the license to sponsor. You have all the links on the slide. Now, first of all, let's check the shortage occupation list. What does it look like? And how can you also check for yourself? How can you go there, check for the jobs, check for the type of jobs that are on the lists, and then focus on those jobs to start to apply? All right, so I'm just going to click on this link. All right. I'll click on this link and then it takes us to the websites. Let's see. I'll maximize this so we can see what I'm doing on my screen. So now when you click on that link, it brings you here. And this simply shows you, this goes to the gov.uk, the UK government website for the skilled worker visa shortage occupations, all right? And it was updated on the 15th of May. Now, here you just want to check for the jobs that fall within the shortage occupation, where if I apply to this job, first of all, I get an automatic 20 points that adds to my 70 points to apply for a skilled worker visa, all right? So every job has an occupation code. You have the job type, you have the areas where there's a shortage. So people come and say there are no jobs, there are no jobs, there are no jobs. There are too many jobs left unfilled. I'll take the UK, for example, right? In the UK, you have, in the tech ecosystem, you have 30,000 job roles available every year to be filled. But those roles go unfilled, at least only 20,000 of those roles get filled, simply because the number of graduates from the universities, the number of migrants that have the skills to fill those roles only amounts to about 20,000. So every year, there's always a shortage of 10,000 roles left unfilled. So who are the people that fill those roles? And the simple reason, like I mentioned, is because you don't have the people with the requisite skills, you don't have people with the wherewithal to apply to those roles and get those jobs. So how do you, as an individual, take advantage of those jobs available? Recruiters, they reach out to myself, they reach out to FMNA day in, day out, asking to recommend people that can fill several roles, simply because these organizations are always on the lookout for those that have the skills to fill the role. So you have areas in the UK where there's a shortage. There's a shortage for these roles. And I'll just simply scroll down. And as I scroll, you'd see different areas within the health services, residential, day and domiciliary care. So for those that are in the care, I'm just going to stop this video. So like I said, you don't need to put on your video, please, so that you don't distract other people. So for those who wants to go into care or the healthcare, you want to look at 1181, 1242, and so on and so forth. You look at the job codes. But I'll scroll down a bit. And where I want us to focus on really are two major codes. And I'll show you those codes, right? Two major codes. The first one is 2135. And I want you to write it down. Okay, so the job code 2135 and the other code 2136. Right? Now, 2135 are for IT business analysts, business architects, system designers, and so on and so forth, right? Or solutions architects and so on and so forth. 2136 are for programmers, for software developers, and so on. You can check the detail of these different codes, and I'll show you how to check them as well. Now, when you look at roles within the tech ecosystem, getting into tech in different areas, across different areas, these are the codes you want to take note of. 2135 and 2136. So if you have any job that falls into any of these codes, 2135 or 2136, it simply means it is on the shortage occupation list. And if that's the case, first of all, you get an automatic 20 points added to your points, to your 70 points to apply to a skilled worker visa. And secondly, the chances of you getting or landing this job would also be very high, simply because it is very high in demand. And people that have the skills eventually get the jobs. So 2135, 2136. Okay, we're going to visit this code again. That's why I said you need to write it down. 2135 and 2136. Now, once you've looked at the shortage occupation, all right, now if I learn to become an IT business analyst, what it simply means is I'm applying or I'm learning a skill that is within the shortage occupation list, which means the tendency for me to get a job becomes exponentially increased. And secondly, I also get 20 points automatically And all I need to do is look for the additional 50 points to get the 70 to apply for a skilled worker visa, right? Now that we've seen the different jobs on the shortage occupation, we want to focus on two, majorly because of how easy it is to learn these skills, become an IT business analyst, become a data analyst, become a financial analyst, and so on, that falls within these codes. How easy it is to learn the skills, number one, and the number of jobs available that goes unfilled simply because people don't have the skills, the required skills to apply to these roles. Now, let's go back to the slide, and then you've seen that, okay, let's use the IT business analyst as an example. I decide today that I want to become a business analyst. I'm going to learn to become a business analyst, learn all the skills required and all of that. I then need to know organizations that have the license to sponsor. Because if you're a business analyst, you're working for a family business somewhere across the road, that doesn't give you the opportunity to apply for a skilled worker visa, all right? The organization you apply to, or the organization that gives you an offer, must have the license to sponsor. So you must know these organizations at the tip of your fingers, or even if you don't know them, you must have a list of these organizations. So when you're applying, you also take note of that. And like I mentioned, you have two links on the slide. The first link takes you to the government's website where you download it into an Excel file. Okay, that's the first list. Now, the second list is the same list, but this time around in an interactive platform where you can enter the different companies, enter your city, depending on where you are, or enter the industry you're trying to get a job. And then you see the companies that can offer you sponsorship in that particular location. So if you're in London, if you're in Manchester, if you're in Leeds, if you're in Bradford, if you're in Newcastle, wherever you are, you can search for those cities and then see the companies in those cities that can sponsor. So let's take, for example, I don't want to search by company because it means I would have to search and search. I just simply want to search based on my location. So I'm just going to type Manchester. So let's type Manchester, for example. The moment I type Manchester and I click on search, it will do what? Filter the list for me. Okay, it filters the list for me to see only companies that exist in Manchester. All right, so you can see the company name, you can see their names, PlusCare, 2D Tech, 360, Alert Security. You can go to their websites. You have some of them, they have their social media pages, LinkedIn and Facebook, but then this is for Manchester. So you can see the companies that can actually sponsor your visa, all right? So this is a very good list. So let's assume you apply to a job, you get an offer, you want to check to be sure, or you're about to apply to a job, you want to be sure that this company can actually sponsor me, all right? This is a very good place for you to come to search. And if you know the name of the company itself, you can just type it in there. Let's type in Deloitte, for example. Okay, so I type in Deloitte. Maybe I don't put in any town or any particular city, and I just click on search. Can Deloitte sponsor me? If I get an offer from Deloitte, do they have the license to sponsor me for a skilled worker visa? And the answer is yes. So you can see Deloitte, they have a premium sponsorship license, and then of course they can sponsor you to get your skilled worker visa here in the UK. All right, so this is a very fantastic platform for you to take note of. For those of you who would be looking to make that switch or make that transition, all right, either you being in the UK or outside the UK, you want to be sure that you take notes of this. Can the company sponsor me? Do they have the license to sponsor? Okay, now that's one area you can look at. Another important aspect is also to check how many sponsorship certificates or how many certificates of sponsorship, COS, has this company given. You can also check that. And let me tell you how this helps you narrow your search. All right. Now you want to apply to be a business analyst in a company you've always wanted to work for. Maybe you've always wanted to work for a particular company based on your perception from your home country. But then you don't know that this particular company does not give as much certificate of sponsorship as you would expect. So you apply to them, and all they tell you during the interview is, I'm sorry, we cannot sponsor you. If you're applying to get sponsorship, please don't apply. And a lot of people come back to tell me that, look, this is the feedback I got. I applied to the job to get a job, but then all they tell me during the interview is that they cannot sponsor. So how do you even tell? So that you focus and you narrow your search on the companies that will eventually sponsor you. So there are companies that in a year, they give thousands of certificates of sponsorships. Thousands, tens of thousands. So how do you find those type of companies? How do you leverage those type of companies, apply to those companies to get better results? So here, you're not just applying anyhow you want to apply. You're applying based on what? A streamlined strategy. So first of all, is the job on the shortage occupation? If the answer is yes, thumbs up, you have an advantage. If the answer is no, you can still apply. It really doesn't stop. It just means that the 20 points you would have gotten for the job being on the shortage occupation list, you would not get that. Okay, but if it falls within the shortage occupation list, you get your additional 20 points. Fantastic. Now, can the company sponsor me? That's the next question. If the answer is yes, then what it means is you get additional points for the company having a sponsorship license to give you a certificate of sponsorship. But you also want to be sure that during the recruitment process, during the application process yourself, you want to target those companies that have the highest number of COS issued or the highest number of certificates of sponsorship issued. All right. Brima, please take note of those putting on their videos. Just turn them off so that we don't have distractions. All right. Please, I'm going to say it again. You don't need to turn on your video. All right. And if I see the video on again, I might just likely yank you off the call, please. All right. So how do I know if a company can sponsor? Like I said, all you need to do is come to this website. It's on the slide, uktiersponsors.co.uk. All right. Everything is on the slide. We're going to share the slides with you so that you have advantage to take note of all the links, check them out yourself, and you can also interact with them and so on. All right. Now, and that's tier 2 sponsorship list. So that's how you can find that for the person that asked, Norena, they're based in Lagos. So all the websites are on the slide. So that's the website, uktiersponsors.co.uk. All you need to do is type in the city, or you can simply type in the name of the company. I typed Deloitte. Let's type in PwC and see. I'm going to type in PwC. I just do a search. And if I do that, okay, there's nothing found. Price, Waterhouse, Coopers. It also depends on how the name is spelled, but I know definitely that PwC is also on the list. Okay. Well, I can't find it here, perhaps because of the way I have typed it in. So like I said, what I'll be showing you now, can it be written in the chat? You can barely see what I'm doing. Absolutely. I'll drop the link in the chat for you. All right. Now, how do you check for companies that and the number of certificates of sponsorship that they offered or they issued the previous year? So you can use that as a basis for your search. Now, all you need to do, like I said, you have everything on the slide. All you need to do is check out this particular website called Company Jobs. Okay, so I'm just going to go on Google and I'll do that search, Company Jobs. So let's do it together, like I said. So I'll simply go to my browser. All right, and I'm just going to search companyjobs.co.uk. companyjobs.co.uk. All right, so let's do it together and let's see. So if I'm going to apply to a job, All right. So when you go to companyjobs.co.uk, you have visa sponsorship jobs in the UK. Search our database of 60,000 plus UK employers licensed to provide visa sponsorship. Now, this website can do two things for you. You can use it to find UK sponsors. You can also use it to find visa jobs. So you can search for a job here, okay? Irrespective of where you are, you can search for a job on this website. And not just any job, like I said, a job that would eventually give you the skilled worker visa, okay? So you can leverage on this. What we are simply going to do is we want to find UK sponsors, okay? So I'll click on the very first one. I'm just going to close. All right. So you click on you want to find UK sponsors. So let's take, for example, I'm just going to come here. So without clicking or searching for any company, what do you notice? You can see different companies. Let's look at this company, for example, is in agriculture, right? AG Recruitment and Management Limited. You can see the number of COS issued. I'm going to maximize this so you can see it a bit more better. All right. So number of COS issued, and this is for last year, right? For last year, if I'm correct, yes. 11,838, okay? Concordia UK Limited, also agriculture, number of COS issued, 9,983, okay? So if I'm going to apply to a company, so let's assume I want to apply to Lloyds Bank. Let me even check, does Lloyds Bank, can they sponsor me? And if they can, how many certificates of sponsorship did they issue? So let's check Lloyds. So I'm just simply going to type Lloyds Bank, right? Let's search for this. So I'm not going to select any region. So you can select region, you can select the category and so on. I'm just going to search listings and let's see if we get anything back for Lloyds. So for Lloyds Banking, Lloyds Bank, category banking, they've issued how many? 208. So not as much as you'd expect, okay? So if you're applying to this type of organization, guess what? You could get it, or you might not get it. Or you'd find this type of organizations telling you that, look, we're going to recruit you, but we can't offer you sponsorship. So they have specific roles that they'll dedicate for their sponsorships. So this is something you also have to take note of. All right. Now, if I'm going to search for an organization like the NHS, and the NHS, like I always brag, the NHS is that organization that recruits the highest number of Tenalytics alumni. So for people that have gone through Tenalytics and gone through our program, most of them, a large chunk of them work with the NHS. Okay. So you type in the NHS and let's search for the NHS. You see the difference, okay? So let's see the results that comes back for the NHS. And for the NHS, of course, you have different trusts. The NHS has different trusts based on the different locations. So you might want to narrow it down, all right? And when I say the NHS has recruited the highest number, these are data analyst roles, HR analyst roles, business analyst roles, data science roles. So not roles related to healthcare. Not as nurses, not doctors, not care workers, targeted or specific towards the tech ecosystem. So getting employed as data analysts, as business analysts, as data scientists, as HR analysts, and so on and so forth. So now let's look at the Manchester University NHS Foundation Trust. They've issued 1,548 certificates of sponsorship. So looking at this type of organization, if you apply and you get an offer, what it means is it's almost a given that you get a certificate of sponsorship. You won't get any pushback. You won't get anything like, oh, we cannot sponsor you, because they offer a lot of certificates of sponsorship. So you can also come to the region, select a specific region and select where you'd love to. Maybe you're in Scotland, for example. You select Scotland. Sorry. I think I clicked on something by mistake. So you type in the NHS, we select, let's say, Scotland, and then I search. So based on your location, but I'm going to talk about location as well, because some people, if you want to really make that switch, you cannot constrain yourself to a specific location. You have to be very flexible and be ready to move. So if you look at Scotland, you have different NHS trusts in Scotland as well. And here 567, 371, 194 certificates of sponsorship issued, 119. So not as much as you have in other regions like Manchester, where we saw 1,000 plus, in London, where you saw, in the thousands and so on. So here 115, here 87. All right, so not as much as in some other regions. So you can also search based on region, and then you get a more tailored listing of the different NHS trusts. And you can also check different other, organizations, depending on the specific organization you want to target. All right, so you're not just applying to any company. You're applying to the company, but also doing your checks, doing your research. Can this company sponsor me? If they can, what's the likelihood that I'm going to get a certificate of sponsorship from them? Okay, we can also do that by checking here. Now, we've looked at a couple of things. We've looked at the criteria required to land a sponsored job. Okay, we've also looked at jobs that falls within the shortage occupation list, meaning that if I get a job that falls within that list, or that is on the shortage occupation list, I can apply and I have a high likelihood of getting the job number one, and then I get 20 points that adds towards my skilled worker visa at the end of the day. Okay, you've also seen the database that contains the different licensed sponsors based on the different regions. So you can do your checks and see how many certificates of sponsorships have these different organizations issued over the years. And that would also give you insights into if you eventually get a certificate of sponsorship or not. Okay, and there were two guys, all right, who passed through our programs, and they reached out to me a couple of months ago. I think that was in March. Now, what the problems they had completed their master's program around January, okay, and they were trying to get a job and make that switch. And this is one of the mistakes people make. So the desperation becomes very high because you have completed your program. Now it's time to land a job. And then you realize that, look, I don't have the skills to compete for the jobs available. So there's a tendency to take anything that comes your way. So applying, they were getting rejections left and right. Now we sat down together and we looked at some of these things within the different areas. How have you been applying? What type of jobs have you been applying to? These organizations, do they actually have the license to sponsor you? Okay. How many certificates have they issued that you expect to get a certificate of sponsorship? All right. And when we looked at it and they targeted and were able to modify the strategy to apply into jobs, within the next few days, they started getting offers. They started getting offers for different job roles and eventually were able to land jobs within different industries. All right. So you don't want to apply anyhow. You don't want to apply haphazardly. You want to have a tailored strategy that would enable you to land a job at the end of the day, and not just any job, a job that would sponsor you for you to remain in the country and also count towards your indefinite leave to remain. All right. Now, where do you actually find these jobs? Okay, so we've looked at where you can get the shortage occupations. We looked at that. Okay, we also looked at the companies, how you can search for the companies that can sponsor. You have all of that on the slide and you get access to it. You can check it yourself and see and play around and see how these things would, count towards you eventually landing a job. And we've also looked at the companies and the number of certificates of sponsorships that they've offered over the years. Now, where are these jobs? Where do they exist? Do you have a website where you can get these jobs? And the answer is yes, you can. All right. I was quickly going to look at that. The websites where you can, and there are so many, but I've just tailored it to these few because of time, number one, and also you can't search across all the platforms available. So for the benefits of those joining the session today, we've held sessions like this in the past. I'll be touching on at least 2 different job websites, starting with UK Hired, right? UK Hired. For UK Hired, the reason why UK Hired is very good for you to search is simply because you'd see the job, you'd see the company offering the job, and you also see your points. If you apply to this job, you'd see the points that you get at the end of the day. Okay, so if I apply to this job, how many points do I get that would eventually count towards my skilled worker visa or my tier 2 visa? Okay, so let's go to UK Hired and let's search for some of these jobs and let's see how we can also get some of these jobs and if we fall within the 70-point base system or not, and what we need to do to get to that point eventually. Remember, 70 is that magic number that we're trying to get to. So all I'm simply going to do is I'll go to my browser again and I'll type UK Hired. UK Hired. Right, so ukhired.com/jobs. Of course, if you just go to UK Hired, it takes you to the very home page, and then you want to search for a job, right? So if you come, you click here, you search for a job, it then takes you to the job website. But if I come to ukhired.com and I just put /jobs, okay, ukhired.com/jobs, it takes me straight to where I have 311 jobs with visa sponsorship. So I can start to apply to different jobs. We're going to apply to, let's look at a couple of them, okay? And since we are looking at the IT business analysts, remember we saw the business analyst which fell within the code 2135, which means it's on the shortage occupation list. So let's start from there, okay? Let's start. Okay, I'm going to drop the link in the chat as well for the benefit of those who want. We can't hear you again. Sorry about that. I think I'm still audible, very much audible. Okay, now I want to search for a business analyst role. I want to search for the business analyst role. I want to check the requirements. Do I fall? Can I actually learn these skills? How long will it take me to learn the skills to become a business analyst? And this is what we always tell people. Because of the salary expectation, okay, this particular company is willing to pay £50,000 or £60,000 per annum, and the job title is called business analyst. So it sounds very complex. It sounds very difficult, and people feel that it's difficult. And because of this, they don't eventually take out time to learn the skills. All right. So what we're going to do is we'll look at the job requirements. What does it take to get these jobs? And you'll be shocked and surprised that it is actually very, very easy to land any of these roles within the space of 3 months, right? If Emena will be coming to walk you through what it takes to actually learn the skills itself. But what I want you to do or focus on in this particular section is look at the job requirements. Okay, so look at the job requirements. What does it take? And all the jobs you have that I'm going to be showing you now, all those jobs can give you your tier 2 visa sponsorship. You can apply to transition into a skilled worker visa. If you're in Nigeria, you get any of these jobs, you can come into the country on a tier 2 visa, stay in the country as long as you work for that company. After 5 years, you can then apply for your indefinite leave to remain. Okay, now let's start by searching. Let's type business analyst. Okay, business analyst. Business analyst. I type business analyst and then I hit enter on my keyboard. Okay, or I just click on business analyst. All right. So the moment I do that, I click on business analyst. I have on this website, I have 7 jobs with visa sponsorship, right? Business analyst apprentice. Oh, well, apprentice means that the salary is also going to be low. And you can see that 25,000. But you remember that the requirement, I said the minimum you need to look at is what? 26,000. Because anything below 25,599 would not count towards your 70 points. Okay, it wouldn't count towards your 70 points. So if I have 25,000, because it's above 23, I'll get 10 points. But I'm not looking for 10 points. I'm looking for 20 points. So I would look for jobs that would have a minimum of 26,000 per annum, 26,000 pounds per annum. All right. So this is a senior business analyst role. We can click on it and look at it, but you might be a little bit skeptical. I'll come back here to click on this. You might be a little bit skeptical, senior business analyst. Well, maybe I'm not a senior business analyst. Let me check technical business analyst, or let me just check business analyst. Okay, and let's see. We'll come back to technical, we'll also come back to senior business analyst and see the differences between the three. But let's start from the business analyst. So for this particular business analyst, what do we notice? You have Skipton Building Society, that's the company recruiting. The salary is 44,758. So right off the bat, you know that if you apply to this job, automatic 20 points added. All right. So let's click on it to see. Right. So let's click on it to see. So you have the employer, you have the salary, you have the location, the job type is full-time. And then the deadline for application is on the 24th of July. What does this mean? It simply means that if I apply, I can still apply to this job before 24th of July, okay? And then you still get in. Now let's check and see the job description, okay? Let's see the job description. And let's see a little bit of, so let's see the job description. Are you passionate about delivering change, blah, blah, blah. Okay, nothing too technical written here, expected from you under the job description. So let's go to Are You to see the specific requirements that you need. Okay, you need to know change management. So are you an experienced change professional? Okay, are you confident with working with both Agile and Scrum, Kanban, waterfall methodologies, and so on? I want you to take notes of the skills. Okay, take note of the skills required. Change management, Agile and Scrum. Are you able to understand business change requirements? Okay, business requirements, requirement documentation. Are you able to understand that? All right, take that, make a note of it. Are you able to focus on customer and colleague within an innovative and open mind? Are you able to do that? Are you able to work in partnership with stakeholders? All right, internal stakeholders and external stakeholders, including facilitating conversations and workshops. Okay, take note of that as well. Are you able to thrive in self-organizing teams? Okay, take note. Are you able to articulate complex technical jargon in a way that makes sense to non-technical stakeholders? All right, so these are things that seem, I would say, in my own opinion, very, very simple. All right, very simple. They've not actually mentioned any technical tool. So that's who they're expecting to join this particular organization. All right, so what you bring, let's look at this a little bit more. You conduct thorough analysis of business problems. Okay, you'd also facilitate Scrum events and refinement sessions. You'd operate with agility. All right, that's something we also need to take note of: Agile, Scrum, and so on. Nothing more technical except here, e.g. waterfall methodologies, experience with both Agile and traditional delivery methodologies. All right, so you take note of that as well. Now let's scroll down to where we have the point-based system. Remember, 70 is the magic number, 70. Looking at this particular job title, it's a business analyst role. Remember the codes we're looking at on the shortage occupation list. I told you to take note of 2 codes. I want you to type the 2 codes I told you to take note of. type the two codes I told you to take notes of. Type the two codes. I want you to type it. Let's see who can remember. 2135, 2136. Thank you, Mary. Fantastic, Adedamola. 2135 and 2136. 2135 and 2136. Brilliant. Fantastic. So we are all on the same page. Now, if you look at the code, it's 2135. All right. The salary, the minimum for this role, if you remember, the salary expectation is what? 44,758. But then there's a minimum, perhaps depending on your years of experience. Now, let's see the points. The points have been calculated for you. And that's the beauty of using UK Hired. UKHired.com computes the score for you, all right? So first of all, the job is on the appropriate skill level. You have 20 points for that. The job is offered by a licensed sponsor, meaning that the company recruiting for this role can sponsor, has the license to sponsor and offer you a certificate of sponsorship, another 20 points. Your salary is above 25,599. You have another 20 points. And the job is also on the shortage occupation list. You have another 20 points. So 20 points in 4 places. Altogether, you get what? 80 points. And the website is telling you that congratulations, you now have 80 points and can apply for the skilled worker visa. So let's take, for example, everybody here decides to apply to this job, interview for the job, ace your interview, do very well, you get the job. You would have scored 80 points above the required 70 for you to apply for a skilled worker visa. This is you need 70. You have scored what? 80. Okay, so this particular website and the websites you have on the slide are some of the websites that can give you the best, I would say, opportunity or give you the best possible avenue to apply and see this type of jobs where you can eventually get your visa sponsorship. Now, this is one. Let's go to another one and check. Let's check for the technical business analyst. I said I was going to come back here. Let's click on that and we'll check on 2 more because of time so that Ifemela can come back to quickly walk us through the other parts and we don't want to take too much time. Okay, so I'm just going to go back to where you have the requirements and let's see. Okay, so key responsibilities. What are you going to be doing? You're going to be working on a variety of teams and help to drive everything as code and codified control environments. You support and drive cultural change. You'll gather appropriate documents, detailed business requirements, functional specifications, user stories. I want you to take note of this, okay? Because all these things you are seeing, business requirement documentation, user stories, conducting workshops, using agile and Scrum methodologies. These are all technical bits of a business analyst role, okay? Can you collaborate with the Scrum Master to break complex requirements into sizable work items, prioritize such as sprint deliverables? Can you ensure this and that? Now, let's not waste too much time on that. Let's go back to the point-based system. This is also similar to the first one, and you can see that clearly. You can see the SOC code. You can see that you also have 20 points, and that gives you 80, which means you can also apply for a skilled worker visa. I want us to check for a role where you can't apply for a skilled worker visa, all right? Where you don't meet the 70. Let's look for, I'm going to search for finance analyst. And like I said, I'm trying to watch time now. Finance analyst. Well, I'm just going to type for analyst. So let's see finance, let's see data. So I'm just going to search for analyst, right? So when I type analysts, and this is also another strategy for searching for jobs, business analysts, data analysts, HR analysts, they all fall within that same analyst category. So rather than going detailed into the different specific job roles, you can actually just type in analyst and then it gives you more opportunities to apply. Now I'm going to click on finance data analyst, right? Finance data analyst. Let's click on this. And let's see. So this is 62,000, which means this is absolutely phenomenal. All right. I'll just quickly scroll down. So here you have 60. All right. You have 60 points. Okay. Meaning that if I apply to this job the way it is, I cannot apply for a skilled worker visa. Okay. But I've met 3 mandatory requirements. The first one is that it falls within the skill level. I have 20 points. The job is offered by a licensed sponsor. I have 20 points. The salary is over 25,600. I also have 20 points. However, this gives me 60 out of 70. So where do I get the other 10 points to meet 70? There are 2 things you'd also need to look out for. First of all is, how can you add the additional points? Remember, we talked about the English language requirements. All right. So do you have IELTS? Number 1, that's the question you ask. Secondly, are you transitioning from a tier 4 to a tier 2 visa? Are you a dependent? Are you a student? If you're a student, for example, and you are moving from a student visa to a tier 2 visa, what it means is all I need to do is come here and click on this particular tick box that says I am switching from a UK student or graduate visa. And the moment I click on it, guess what? It gives me additional 20 points. It gives me what? Additional 20 points, simply because I'm in the country, number 1. I also meet the English language requirements. Because for you to do your master's, you must meet the English language requirements. So that gives me additional 20 points. And if I fall within that category where I am switching from a tier 4 visa to a tier 2 visa as a student in the UK, I automatically get another 20 points. And this shows me that I can apply because I've met 80 points out of 70. Okay, so this is a fantastic way of you checking to see that, look, I can actually check for these things myself. So I'm just going to search for analysts and let's check for one. So you have data quality analyst. I want to look for a data analyst. So let's check this data analyst role. Okay, so let's check this and just quickly. So here, let's look at the skills required. Skills required to get this data analyst job. And like I said, I want you to take notes of the skills, because the question here is, how can I get a job if I don't have the skills? And if I don't have the skills and I want to learn the skills, how fast and how easy is it for me to learn these skills? So first of all, look at the job, the salary. The salary is 62,000 per year, 62,000 pounds per year. I'll tell you for a fact, this falls within the top 10% in the UK. If you are earning 62,000 pounds, you'd fall within the top 10% in the UK. It's surprising, but that's the truth. That's the reality. 62,000 and above falls within the top 10% in the UK. So that's quite high if you get a job around that range. But let's look at the requirements. What do you need? You need advanced data analysis and querying skills. Querying skills, your SQL, structured query language. You need good MI, dashboard development skills. You need Tableau. You need to know Tableau or another dashboard tool like Power BI, for example. Okay, good board management and organization skills, good influence management and relationships, knowledge of global markets, excellent written and verbal, effective negotiation, strong analytical and problem solving, good with Microsoft Office, Excel, Word, and PowerPoint. That's all. That's all that is required. All right, Excel, Word, PowerPoint, Tableau, or any other dashboarding tool like Power BI, for example. And you also need to have querying skills like SQL, structured query language. Okay, now let's go to the points-based system and see. So I have 60 out of 70 points. Okay, so I need 10 more points to fill in the role, to fill in the 70 that I need to actually apply for a skilled worker visa. So what I'll simply do is to check, Here it meets the appropriate skill level. So I get my 20 points. It is offered by a licensed sponsor. I also get my 20 points. Salary is above 25K. I also get 20 points, but I need other points. English language, for example, or if I have English language or I write, so let's say, for example, I'm not in Nigeria. I'm not in the UK, I'm in Nigeria, and I want to apply to this job. All I need to do is to go and sit and write IELTS. And once I do that, I'll simply come here, click on English language, and then it tells me that I now have 70 points and I can apply for the skilled worker visa, okay? And if, for example, I'm in the UK, I'm doing my master's, I'm making that transition from a tier 4 to a tier 2 visa, all I need to do is just to simply click on I'm transitioning, and then you get additional 20 points, and that gives you 80 out of 70 points. So this is a fantastic, and you can see pricing data analyst, senior business analyst, SOC analyst, lead analyst, client services, risk reporting analyst, senior risk analyst, and there are so many roles. And this is just one website. There are so many websites I have on the slide, and I want you to go through those websites one after the other. All right. Now, one thing I'll show you before I hand over to Efemena, for Efemena to come to show you how all these skills we've been seeing so far for the business analyst, for the data analyst, how, or for the financial analyst, how can I learn these skills to apply for these jobs? These jobs are there for the taking. I'll tell you for a fact. If I go to UK visa sponsored jobs and I search for, I'll just scroll back, and if I search for jobs, I want to search for jobs this time around, not licensed sponsors. You'd see so many jobs that can sponsor. But the question is, we don't have enough Africans, we don't have enough people of the Black community applying to these jobs. So you can see the jobs here. And I'm going to search, because I don't want any type of job. I want to search for, let's say, I want to search for data analyst or data scientist. Okay, data scientist job role. Hit enter, and let's see. Okay, so I have data scientist, senior data scientist in Belfast, data scientist, and I can apply to these roles, data scientist, Google shopping analyst, and so on and so forth. I can come here, search for data analyst, hit enter, and you see so many roles posted 4 days ago, 4 days ago, 4 days ago. All right, we're not going to dive into it because of time, but you can leverage all these websites. You have all of them on the slide. You have all the links on the slide as well. You can also leverage them. The last thing I'll show you before I hand over to Efemena, the last thing I'll show you is, now you might see a particular job role and you are not sure where it falls. If it falls within the code 2135 or 2136. Because if you remember, when we checked 2135 or 2136 in here, we have IT business analysts, we have programmers and software development, but you did not see anything like data analysts. And you might be worried that as a data analyst, can I actually get a sponsored job? You are a bit concerned. And the answer is yes. But how do you check? All you need to do is, if you don't know the occupation code, search for it yourself. Come here, the Office of National Statistics. You click on this link, it brings you here. Okay, I'm going to maximize this a little bit. And I'm just going to type in the title. So let's type in data analyst. You see different variations, all right? But then you look at where it falls into. So I'll click on search and let's see for the occupation title, data analyst. So you have different types, all right? You have analyst, data analyst, database, analyzer, analyst, communications, and data. And you can see the codes, 2135, analyst, communications, data, 2135, analyst, warehouse, data, 2135, analyst, data, computing, 2136. So as a data analyst, if you are a database analyst, for example, you are a data analyst within the organization, you come here, you look at the codes, and you can see that it falls within the code 2135 and the code 2136. You can also see analyst, computer analyst, system, and so on and so forth. All right. So you can also make use of this link to check for the different job titles and if they fall within the shortage occupation list. But also bear in mind that if for any reason the job title does not fall within the shortage occupation list, you can still apply to that job. And all you need to take note of is, what are the other requirements? What other requirements can I fulfill? Or what other requirements can I meet to get to my 70 points? Is it from a licensed sponsor? Does it meet the salary requirements of over 25,000, minimum of 26,000? All right. Do I have the English language requirements? You also take note of that. Okay. So you look at those different requirements and see where you fall short, and if you can do anything to meet to that point, the 70 points, which is the magic number eventually. All right. So just going back to my slide very quickly. So you have different websites you can leverage, like I mentioned. We've only looked at UK Hired and company jobs. Indeed is another fantastic website. If I may, I will show you a couple for those of you who want specific type of jobs, and also more jobs for those who might not be interested in a skilled worker visa, but you also want to get a job that is high paying, especially the contract jobs that will pay you a lot of money. How can you also get them? All right, so you have UK visa jobs, you have LinkedIn, you have CV Library, and so on and so forth. Now, just to wrap up, I talked about the fact that you have so many opportunities available. Unfortunately, people don't have this information. People don't know the fact that, look, the opportunities are available. How can I take advantage of them? All right. So one of the ways you also notice that opportunities are available within the tech ecosystem is to check and see where will the opportunities be in the future based on studies and based on projections. And according to Gartner, all right, 64% of executives, IT executives, have said that the tech talent shortage is a barrier that is keeping them from adopting so many technologies, emerging technologies, because they don't have the talent, they don't have the skills in-house to leverage those technologies. So they don't adopt them right from the get-go. Also, the IMF has also projected that the shortage, the tech talent shortage, would increase to more than 85 million by 2030, all right? Which in turn can potentially translate to a loss of revenue of over $8 trillion. So you have organizations, you have companies that wants to recruit. They're trying to attract you to their companies, and even countries today, like in the UK, for example, you have the Global Talent Visa. And a lot of people don't even know about this pathway to also getting citizenship in the UK. One way, and I would say is one of the sweetest ways you can take advantage of, is the Global Talent Visa, all right? Where all you need to do is to show that you have contributed to the tech ecosystem over the last couple of years. And if you're able to do that, you can come into the country using the Global Talent Visa route, and that gives you between 3 to 5 years stay in the UK. And after that, you can also apply for indefinite leave to remain, your ILR. And after that, you apply for citizenship. So these are countries saying that, look, we need your skills. We need you to come into the country because there are opportunities that await you in those countries. Canada, for example, has the talent stream, the Global Talent Stream. Germany has the Blue Card Stream. Australia has the Global Talent Visa, just like the UK. Singapore has the Tech Pass program. France has the French Tech Visa program. And Ireland has the Critical Skills Employment Permits program. Now, you need to look back and ask yourself the question, where will the jobs of the future lie tomorrow? And one funny question I always get, and if Emena will talk about that when he's doing his own presentation, is, will AI and emerging technologies take my job? That's very interesting because a lot of the people that would ask those type of questions are the people who have no skills that they can leverage for the jobs of the future. So skills that you can complement using AI. So I have these skills, and with emerging technologies, that should actually be an advantage. And one of the things we'll also be showing you is how you can leverage new technologies like ChatGPT, for example, today to do what? Even maximize and optimize the work you do as a data analyst, as a data scientist, and so on and so forth. All right. So I'm just going to stop here because of time. I don't want us to overrun time today. I'm going to bring in, Ifemena is going to come to talk about how you can position yourself. Now we've looked at all the different sites, what we need to look out for when applying to a job. All right. If you're in the UK, if you're in Nigeria, how can I meet that 70 points at the end of the day? You've seen the companies that have issued how many certificates of sponsorships. You're applying to a company that has issued 5 certificates of sponsorships. How do you expect to get your own certificate of sponsorship? You reduce your chances by applying to those companies. So those are the different strategies you need to take note of to streamline your strategy to eventually get in a job, to make that transition. So how do you position yourself and learn the skills before you even start to apply to these roles? So Femena will come to show us this within the next 45 minutes, and then we'll start to call it a day. Ife.
All right. Good evening, everyone. A wonderful session so far. All right. I've even learned a thing or two from the session you've gone through. So thanks a lot for that brilliant, brilliant session. All right. Just to confirm, can you guys hear me well? Can you guys hear me well? Put a yes in the chat if you can hear me well. And let's start to finalize on what we're doing today. Fantastic. I love the energy I see here, honestly speaking. I love the energy. All right. I'm just going to go ahead to share my screen, okay? And we will take it from that. Don't worry, I'm not going to take too much of your time. It's going to be a very interactive session, and we're going to be talking basically on the aspect of how you can get a job in tech, okay? Just give me a second. Everything is figured out. Okay. All right. I'm just going to share my screen one more time. Yes, that's it. All right. So we're going to bring everything together. All right. And this is it's very important to bring all these things together. Okay. So now the key question you need to start asking yourself is, you want to come to the UK, you're currently in the UK. Do you have the skills to get these jobs? Okay. That's the very honest question you need to ask yourself. Now, I'll tell you for a fact that these jobs exist. Okay. Yes, these jobs actually exist in the UK, and some companies are willing to sponsor you. Some companies want you to start and see your performance, and then they can sponsor you. So, and these are the things that I'll be sharing from my own personal experience and from people I've worked with. I'll be sharing their own experience, and basically so that we can learn from this experience, so that you don't get faced, you don't get faced with this kind of issues in the future. So we're going to be bringing all these things together: how to apply for a job, the skills you require, the demand for these roles, so on and so forth, okay? To position yourself essentially to get that job that you're looking for, tech sponsorship, okay? And that's the beauty about, tech. And I usually tell most people the ROI on, having a skill, okay, in this generation where we are, is phenomenal, to be honest. And let's just go ahead to talk about this. All right. So I'll bring in the Ireland job market just for the fun of it, because I've worked in Ireland, I've worked in the UK, and they're pretty much the same thing. Okay. And what do I mean? They're the same thing. Okay. It's basically saying that these economies, these job markets are skilled based markets. All right. So a recruiter is not really concerned about your education. If you went to Harvard, you went to Cambridge, you went to the best university in the UK, nobody really cares about that. And that's, to be honest, that's just the honest truth. All right. They are more concerned about the skills that you have, the skills that you have. So if you ask yourself, if you apply for a job currently, what skills would you have? What skills would you say you have above every other person that's applied for that same job? All right. So we are currently over 200 on the call. Okay. And if you ask yourself currently, if you apply for a job at the moment, what skills do you see you have? all right, that would trump other people, of your caliber, of the people that you're still applying for the jobs together? Would you say you have more skills, or would you say your skills trumps other people's skills? And that's what recruiters are looking for. And I'm going to share my own personal experience, okay? Take, for example, there was this job I applied for just sometimes a couple of months ago, and I'm just going to walk you through, just going to go to my GitHub account, sorry. I'm going to go walk you through the project. So I applied for this particular role. This was a few months back. It was with BBC. BBC is one of the largest, if not the largest, here in Europe, even across the world. All right. So they were recruiting for a senior data analyst role. Okay. And they sent over the project. Okay. The first level, second level was basically just to get to know you, ask about your experience, what you worked on, so on and so forth. Now, and this is why I tell you that it is skill based. All right. You might have a master's, you might have Google certificates, you might have IBM certificates. Really, nobody cares about that. Now, the reason why they say they don't care about that is because everybody will get the same assessment. Everyone gets the same assessment to assess your skill level. All right. So if you don't have that skill level, trust me, you won't get a job. Okay. You won't. It's not a curse. It's just you don't have that skill you're looking for. All right. Now, this is a senior data analyst role, which would also place into a bit of data science and data engineering, and I'll explain why. Okay. So you can see now in this task, we would like you to analyze, manipulate data using a programming language of your choice, SQL, R, Python, and share your findings with BBC iPlayer usage that tells a clear story. Now, this is not you. They're not asking you anything too much. They're just giving you a bunch of data sets for you to analyze. The case study you have in front of you doesn't outline the issues in the data, doesn't outline any problems with the data. They just say that, okay, this is the data you have. Tell us what you can observe from the data. Now, if you don't have the experience doing this, you would never know what to do. All right. And that's how a lot of people don't get jobs. And they come back with the narrative that there is no job in UK, or there are no jobs in the UK. All right. So the data was there, everything was provided. All I needed to do was to analyze, visualize, tell a story about the data, and move on. So I've just walked you through the solution. I'm not going to waste time. I'm not doing anything too technical today. So this might look like a bunch of jargons, okay? And you might look like, oh, this is too much, it's too technical. Trust me, it's just because you're starting, it looks weird, all right? But essentially, you can just see, basically, there's a pipeline, what we call a data pipeline, to clear the data, to clean the data, to transform the data, what we call ETL, extract, transform, and load the data. So you see at the end of everything, loading the data into the Postgres database, essentially. So this is a typical recruitment process: business analysis, data analytics, data science, data engineering, Power Platform. Any experience that you're trying to get into, you will get assessed. So this is just one of many, all right, of my own personal experience, all right, that I will just be sharing for now. And as we go on, I will get to share more with you, just to tell you that the UK job market is skill-based. Nobody cares. Did you see anything from this? Did you see you must have a PhD in data? Nobody cares about that. And that's just the honest truth. It's a painful truth, because we have spent so much money on our masters. We want to always rely on our masters. But to be honest, you will find out that your masters nobody cares about your masters in the UK, in Ireland, and so on and so forth. So it's skill-based. Now, another thing I'd like to tell most people that are currently finishing their masters, trying to get jobs in the UK, all right? Everybody wants to get sponsorship jobs. That's just the honest truth, okay? But there are other types of jobs you have in the UK. They might not sponsor you for a start. You have full-time employment. We have what we call fixed-term contracts, and we have what we call contractors, all right? I personally have not applied for any sponsored job. I've not seen from Ireland to the UK. I've never for once gone on Google or gone on any of these job sites to apply for a sponsored job. Now, my own case is different, okay? All right, and I'll explain why, okay? All the jobs I've applied to, I've worked with, eventually are not sponsored. They usually start with a fixed term contract, okay? And being on that role, okay, performing well on that role, always led to them, wanting to sponsor me within the organization. And that's why I tell most people, get a job first. Just first of all, Yes, you're chasing sponsorship. You have a timeline. You have 2 years for you to get a sponsorship. You can pay for the first one. Get a job first that would be able to pay for that your 2 years, where you can use to get a job first. Now you perform well in that particular job, I can guarantee you they will likely sponsor you. They will go out of their ways to sponsor you. All right. So if you go through my LinkedIn profile, I used to work with DPD back in Ireland. All right. Working with DPD, it wasn't sponsored. It was actually, the salary was not even close to what I wanted to get. But I just finished my master's. I said I needed to get a job. I got a job. Okay, it was less than 40K back then, 40,000 euros. All right. I got the job, started working, implemented so many solutions within the business. I got another job with Dell back then, it was with Dell. And I was about to quit. And during the process, I was trying to quit. All right. DPD actually upped my salary from where I was to match that of Dell, and also offered to sponsor. All right. That particular one came, and look at the things that you don't know. All right. That you might feel like, oh, I am always going to chase sponsorship. You go online, these are sponsorship jobs. Yes, it's fine. I understand there is that desperation and all that. But get a job first, perform well in that job, and you can likely get a sponsorship. And that's the way. I'm not saying it works for everybody, but definitely works for me. All right. So let me just show you some of these contract roles, which would also sound very, very impossible to get initially, but it's actually very, very easy to get. I'm just going to go to read.com, read.co.uk. Okay, Read is one of the sites you could use to get contract jobs. LinkedIn is there, so on and so forth. Okay, so I'm just going to search for data analyst. All right, contract. All right, and I'm just going to search for it. Okay, let's give it a second. All right, so these are all contract roles, okay, for data analyst, but the same thing with business analysis, same thing with any other career paths that you're going into. Now you can see some of these contract roles, all right? So you can see some of them are what, 450 to 550 pounds per day, okay, per day. These ones are not offering you sponsorship. These ones are willing to give you money, all right? Give you money to just earn a lot of money, all right? So you have data analyst 500 to 600 pounds per day. You have data analyst 350 to 400 pounds per day. You have data analyst 200 to 240 pounds per day. The jobs are not sponsored, but I can tell you for a fact that majority of these contract roles are within 3 to 6 months. Some of them would say 9 months. All right. Some of them are fixed term contract for like a year or thereabouts. And initially they might just be short term, but I can tell you for a fact that majority of them will extend. Majority of them might still sponsor you. All right. So if you're always on the lookout for only sponsored jobs, some organizations actually have been burnt in the past. And you need to understand that they've learned that a lot of people are looking for sponsored jobs. So, they'll come in, they will paint themselves as the almighty, get into the job, and they won't perform. All right. And they find it hard to sack them because, they've done so many, paperwork and all of them to keep them into the country. So those are the things that organizations are also, that they've seen. So, and that's why they disguise using contract roles, using fixed term contract roles. So you come there for 9 months, they monitor your performance, and eventually these companies will likely sponsor you. It's very, very possible. And this is me speaking from my own personal experience. So if you're always on the lookout for sponsor, you go on Google and you're always looking for visa sponsorship jobs. Meanwhile, there are 1,001 jobs that you can actually apply to short term, but like they will still sponsor you in the future. Those are the things that you're looking at. All right. So when you're exploring the job opportunities in the UK or anywhere in the world, all right. Yes, I know that everybody wants to get sponsored. Do you understand? If you're on the tight line, you have a few months to go for your visa to get it expired and all that. Yes, you might need to, target that slowly. All right. But if you have 2 years to be in the UK, you can earn a lot of money while you look for sponsorship jobs and all that. So these are other strategies that you can also use to deploy to get what you're looking for. So I know a lot of people will say, what about business analyst? It's the same thing. If I search for business analyst, contract roles, you'll see these roles also exist. And let's just see the ones that have salary. Success factors business analyst, 500 to 600 pounds. Okay. 500 to 550, 65 to 70,000. These are all contract roles, all right, that you can also get on, all right? So now the key thing here is not, yeah, these roles exist, all right? Sponsor job, full-time job, contract jobs. There are, personally, I've not done full-time in a while. It's just contracts, moving from one contract to the other contract. Yes, it pays the bills, it does that, but essentially that's what most people also should be looking at. So you're a dependent in the UK, all right, and you're looking for money to pay bills and all that, learn a skill, get contract jobs, and that's the best way for you to get returns on your investment, all right? So anyways, there are quite a number of sites. One site that I actually love the most, to be very honest, one site that I love the most is for contract roles will be JobServe. JobServe is definitely, that's one site I use personally, and I recommend most people to use. If you're looking for contracts, you're looking for any kind of roles like that, JobServe is absolutely phenomenal. All right, but you see, every other job site you get to also has a filter for you to filter for contract roles. Okay, the same thing with LinkedIn, job sites, Read.co, Glassdoor, Total Jobs, so on and so forth. So these job sites exist for you to leverage. And the reason why we're doing this, awareness is so that you're not stuck. You're not stuck with jobs, mediocre. I won't say mediocre jobs. Every job is important, okay? But jobs that are not, there's no growth, all right? What if you look down the line to where you are right now, what you're earning at the moment, what's the prospect in the next 2-3 years? What's your likelihood? What's your growth, income growth, all right, down the line? Those are the key areas you need to be looking at down, your stay in the UK. So, and this is one critical part that we try to tell most people to get a skill and upskill yourself to the level that you will earn significantly higher than what you're thinking is actually very small. Trust me, you can earn significantly higher. And I'm going to share some other people's personal experience that you can learn from. All right. So now the key thing that we need to talk about is you need to learn a skill. All right. You need to learn a skill to get a job in the UK. All right. To get a job, to get a sponsored job, to earn significantly. Those are the key areas that we're looking at. Now, obviously, every career path is not for everyone. Trust me. Okay. So we selected three reasons for choosing the career paths that we personally train on. So we don't get to train on every training program that you see out there. We selected, we unpicked these training programs because of these three criteria. And based on the research that we did, so we are a data company, so we did a lot of data research, data web scraping, to do, a lot of research and all that. So three criteria that we were looking for were the ease of learning, ease of transitioning or getting a job, all right, and high and rewarding salaries. Now, you can see some of the salaries like for data analysts, business analysts. I'll still share some of them with you, all right? The salaries are very good, all right? The ease of transitioning, that's in it. People don't understand that. Everybody wants to learn something absolutely off the roof, too technical. I'm not saying it's not good, it's good, but it might take you longer to get a job. And now, about that time, you will feel frustrated, tired, and you might actually be feeling of doing something else, okay? So the ease of transition, after learning a skill, how easily can you get a job? That's exactly what we're looking for, all right? And then the first thing is the ease of learning. How difficult is it for you to learn? Can you easily grasp the concept, deploy, learn, deploy, and get a job? Do you understand? That's what we're looking for, all right? So the ease of learning, ease of transitioning, and high and rewarding salaries. We're going to be talking about this in the next few seconds, in the next few minutes, I mean. All right, so the career paths we're going to be talking about business analysis, so one of the sweetest career paths you can take on, all right? Data analytics, financial analytics, HR analytics, full stack data science, data engineering, and power platform engineer. Some of them you're familiar with them, some of them you're not familiar with them, and I'm going to walk you through, what is required for you to get started in each of these career paths. And the beauty of it is it's easy to learn, easy to transition, and last of all, high and rewarding salaries. And you're living in the UK, you'll be a big boy. All right. So rather than working several hours, shift, working nights, working all that, you can easily learn the skill, get transition, earn a better pay, so on and so forth. All right. Now let's go. Sorry, I might not be looking at the comment section just to focus with time. Okay. So sorry about that. I'll answer some of your questions as we go on. All right. So then let's talk about each of this career path. Now, even just looking at this career path, I want you to tell me the career paths that you are interested in. Just put it in the chat. What career paths, which of these career paths interests you at the moment? Which of these career paths interests you at the moment? Data analysis, data engineering, or BA, business analysis, full stack data science, BA, data analytics, data science. Everybody has a data, BA, HR analytics, okay, data science. So quite a number of people have a desired career paths that they want to go through, which is fantastic, which is absolutely great stuff. All right. So now let's talk about what is required for you to get a job in this particular career path, in each of the career paths. All right. So we're going to be talking about them in detail. Okay, in details. What do they do? Okay, what skills are required? All right, the salary expectation. All right, for each of these roles, and how to get started. Okay, so we're going to be starting with business analysis. Now, first of all, who is a business analyst? Who is a business analyst? This is one of the major misconceptions. Everybody thinks that a business analyst is the same thing as a data analyst, but they are absolutely two different career paths. When I say different, it's like they might be twins. They can't even be twins, to be honest. All right, they are like brothers. Okay, so they are two different independent professionals. All right, so business analysis, not business analytics, because people try to say two words at the same time. So we're talking about business analysis, and they call these people business analysts. So who is a business analyst? A business analyst is essentially that professional, okay, that sits in the middle, that sits down in the middle between who? The IT department and the business department. So in every organization, you have the business people, you have the CEO, you have the business focused professionals, all right? And you also have the IT department. So the business analyst is just in the middle, okay? All right. So the business people, the business team will probably, let's say, for example, they would need to build an application to track calls. Maybe it's a customer service organization. So it's a customer service organization. The business people are saying that, okay, do you know what? We need an application that will be able to track, how long somebody stays on a call, okay, how to, improve this particular process, okay, how long somebody stays on the call, the kind of complaints the kind of customer complaints they're retrieving, so on and so forth, basically to track calls within the organization. Now, the business analyst will gather all those requirements from the business people, okay, and communicate that requirement to the IT department to say that, oh, the business people are looking for an application that will be able to track a call, that will be able to log in the timing for the call, that will be able to impute the complaints from the calls they're making, and so on and so forth. All right. So you see that the business analyst in the middle is, it's like a mediator, let's just put it this way, to talk to the business people, understand the business terms they're trying to build, and also communicate that business terms to the IT department. So it's just basically sitting in the middle, trying to conversate, just trying to move conversation from business to IT, from IT to business, and there on and there on. So a business analyst is essentially that professional that tries to understand the business and tries to improve it. So there's something we call as is situation and to be situation. So take, for example, you're working with Amazon, okay? You're a business analyst with Amazon. So whenever as a customer, I personally am a customer. So when I order on Amazon, it takes Amazon about 3 days to deliver a product, okay? A business analyst would identify the process of me ordering a product on Amazon and when the product gets delivered, okay? Now, that process of you making an order and that process of you delivering the product, the business analyst will do what we call a process mapping, okay, what we call process mapping. So when I order on the website, what happens next until the product gets delivered? That's what we call process mapping. So during that process mapping, they would understand what we call gap analysis. They'll start to do what we call gap analysis. Why is it taking 3 days to deliver a product that was ordered? All right, let's see how we can take it down from 3 days to same day delivery. All right, So it's that business analyst that will understand that gap analysis within the organization and build out ways to improve the process. So this is a business analyst, okay? And I'll be sharing more experience as we go on, but essentially that's what a business analyst does, okay? So one good thing about this career path is you are not coding. There is no code involved in this. You are not going to be picking up your laptop to do any form of coding, all right? Now, the reasons why we have included SQL, Power BI, and Excel is because of the recent trends in the industry. So a lot of businesses are looking at hiring business analysts, and they require them to have a little bit of analytic skills. All right, and that's the reason why we have embedded SQL, Power BI, and Excel into the curriculum for you to become a business analyst. So you would have started hearing, business data analyst. Okay, that's basically, a business analyst with some spice of data analytics. All right, so that's basically why we are teaching you SQL, Power BI, and Excel. All right, so these are analytical tools that you'll be using as a business analyst to draw insights from current data or existing data within the business. All right, so like I explained already, process mapping, you'll be learning process mapping, you'll be learning project initiation planning, Agile and Scrum for project software, software development life cycles, requirements, fundamentals, elicitation, and stakeholder analysis and engagement. So all the things that you require to become a business analyst will be taught. All right. So the good part about this training program is that it is absolutely practical. It's hands-on practical. So you'll be working on projects, you'll be working with, data analysts, you'll be working with data scientists, you'll be working with data engineers to come up with solutions to existing business problems within the organization. So it's hands-on practical, and you'll be building these things together with, gathering experience. Now, in terms of salary, the average salary of a business analyst in the UK is £52,500. Okay. The average salary of a business analyst in Canada is 74,000 Canadian dollars. And the average salary of a business analyst in the US is 85,000 Canadian US dollars. It's 5,000 US dollars. All right. Now, the business analysis training program is for 3 months. It's going to last for 3 months. Okay, 2 months of intensive and immersive training program where you'll be working on projects in SQL, Power BI, Excel. You'll be working with, building your projects in process mapping, elicitation, gathering, so on and so forth. So you'll be having 2 months of intensive learning, all right, and 1 month of internship. So in total, you'll be having 3 months of learning where you'll be working on projects, building projects, and adding that all to your portfolio. So when potential recruiters get to speak to you, you will be confident in telling them about your experience, what you've done as a business analyst, and how you can leverage this experience to get in your first job. All right. So you see the projects I worked on. Okay. Some of the projects I worked on, I showed at the start of my session. All right. These projects are some of these projects, some BA projects, some interview projects as a business analyst that we have gathered over time is what we use to train you during the training program. All right, so this experience, it's something that you're going to get it's not, obviously, it's absolutely remarkable because there is no how you would work with all these projects that people have used for interviews that you would not get accustomed to the process in which people get interviewed and the question that will be asked. All right, so that's what a business analyst does. You are not coding, you'll be learning a bit of analytics, Excel, Power BI, and SQL. And you'll be learning the core business analysis technologies, Jira, Confluence, Trello, Draw.io, to do all the things you need to work with as a business analyst. All right. Now, the next part is data analytics. This career part is what most of you, and quite a number of people are looking to transition to. Now, also the good thing about being a data analyst is you are not coding, okay? You won't be coding as a data analyst. All right. Now, what would you be learning? Okay. And who is a data analyst? First of all, a data analyst is that professional, okay, that turns data, okay, that analyzes data, that makes sense of data. So a data analyst will be doing 2 major types of analytics, okay? 2 major types of analytics. When you're looking at analytics here, we have 4 types of analytics. We have descriptive analytics, we have diagnostic analytics, and we have predictive and prescriptive analytics. Now, on the spectrum of these types of analytics, a data analyst will focus majorly on descriptive analytics and diagnostic analytics. Now, what does this mean? I know this sounds like jargon at the moment, but let me explain further. So descriptive analytics, a data analyst would do what we call analysis in order for them to understand what has happened in the past. All right. So what has happened in the past? If you analyze your data, you're telling the business, oh, last month we made a total revenue of $600,000. All right. The previous month we made a total profit of $500,000. So basically, the data analyst is analyzing what has happened in the past, okay, and telling the story about what revenue they made on certain months during the year. So they're just basically describing a situation that happened in the past. That's descriptive analytics. Now, diagnostic analytics, on the other hand, you are analyzing data to tell a reason why certain things happened. All right. So you made 600,000 last month. Why did you make 600,000? How did you make 600,000? What part of the countries did you sell to? What type of customers? So now you are diagnosing the reason why something happened, in the past. So that's why you see a lot of data analysts, working on what we call dashboards, working on reports. So these dashboards are basically communicating two things: descriptive and diagnostic analytics. So you're telling you what has happened and why that particular thing happened. Now, a lot of organizations are looking for data analysts within the organization because of these two critical questions: what happened in the past and why did it happen? So, and that's why they're looking for people. Honestly speaking, there is no organization here in the UK or anywhere in the world that are not looking for data analysts, because every organization wants to find out what has happened, what happened last month, why did that particular thing happen last month, so on and so forth. All right. So in terms of skills level, what skills do you require in order for you to become a data analyst? Number one is problem solving, right? And I'll tell you the reason why problem solving is number one. All right. Data analysts, like I said, you're doing two things: what happened and why did that thing happen? Why? That's why did that particular thing happen is what requires that problem solving. You need to be able to take that problem and break it into smaller chunks, okay, as a data analyst. So there are several types of techniques you can actually use as a data analyst to break down problem into smaller pieces and start to analyze each pieces, and then get your recommendation for the business. Because the whole essence of you doing analysis is to provide recommendation to the business. This is what we need to do going forward. This is what I observed. This is what we need to do going forward, so on and so forth. So problem solving is an essential skill that a data analyst should have. All right. The next one is Excel. Excel is a very, very important tool to learn. So regardless of any industry you're looking at, all right, regardless of the level of the organization, all right, the growth of the organization, you're working for LinkedIn, you're working for Google, I'm telling you, Excel is still a fundamental skill set. It's still a fundamental skill set. I was speaking with someone from Google just a couple of weeks ago, and it was talking about the projects they're working on, and now Excel is still a fundamental skill set for that particular project they were working on. All right, they were using Excel to perform analysis, to build reports, to track reports, so on and so forth. So, Excel is a very powerful and important tool when you're going into data analytics. All right. SQL is another one. SQL essentially is the language for database. Now, data does not exist in the air, okay? Data is stored somewhere, all right? Just the same way you store your shoe in a shoe rack, or your clothes in a wardrobe, in a closet, all right? Your laptop in the laptop bag. There's a place where you keep stuff, all right? So data also are stored in what we call databases, either in the cloud or on-premise. Data are stored in databases, all right? So now, as a data professional, how do you extract data from the database, all right? So the database is like a well, okay? The database is like a well or a borehole, all right? Now, how do you get water out of the well? How do you get data out of the borehole, all right? So you need a device. Either, what we call, back in the days, we have what we call a fetcher, or you have what we call, I don't know, you guys can remember All right. You have the fetcher, you have a bucket, you tie the rope to the bucket and you throw it into the well and use that bucket to drag out water. Okay. So that process, that's well, okay, that's the fetcher you're using is basically called SQL. Okay. So you have the database. In order for you to extract the data from the database, you need SQL. So SQL is a program, it's a language that allows you to communicate to the database in order for you to extract data. All right. So SQL is a fundamental tool because without data, you can't be a data analyst. So you need to be able to write SQL in order for you to extract data, for you to perform analysis in Excel, Power BI, so on and so forth. All right. So another skill set you need to learn is Power BI. Power BI is by far one of the, even my previous role, the role I got was to transition. They were reverse engineering Tableau reports to Power BI. That's the reason I got that particular contract. So I had two experience. I had experience in Tableau and I had experience in Power BI. And they needed a professional that was good with those two tools in order for them to we call it reverse engineering. So the reports were in Tableau and they were moving to Power BI. All right. So they needed, somebody that would convert this report in Tableau into Power BI, build it from scratch. There's no way for you to transition. All right, you have to build from scratch. So essentially, these two technologies, Tableau and Power BI, they're the top technologies in terms of BI, business intelligence. Okay, so you'll be using those two to learn what we call business intelligence. So Power BI and Tableau, those two technologies are the market leaders in the UK and across the world. So you'll be learning them also in the data analytics training program. And the key thing there, the key and very important thing is data storytelling. All right. I shared the experience I had with, the BBC one. Okay. I'm just going to read the last part. And you see the last part you say, tell a clear story. Clear story. That's a key point. Tell a clear story. And a lot of people don't give a lot of importance to what we call data storytelling. All right. So you need to be able to tell a story with your data. Now, do you tell the story? That's what you'll be learning also during the data analytics training program. So these are the technologies you'll be learning, from problem solving to Excel, to SQL, to Power BI, to Tableau, to what we call data storytelling. Now, all these, okay, is tailored to you getting a job. All right, that's one thing you should have at the back of your mind. I'm going to link it back to the same three things we talked about: ease of learning, ease of transitioning, and ease of getting a job. High and rewarding salaries. Okay, so those are the things that you need to put on the back of your mind. Now, the next part is financial analytics. Okay, and one thing that I like to tell most people is the career part of analytics. Okay, doesn't have to be data. It doesn't have to be data focused. All right. So if you've been a finance professional, you'll be working in accounts, you'll be working in finance, and you want to be in that tech space, you want to diverge, you want to move, you want to transition into tech. All right, there's a pathway with what we call financial analytics. Now, this financial analytics is, you are still a data analyst, but you're a data analyst in the financial department of any organization. Now, the beauty of this training program is it combines three roles together. It combines what we call corporate finance, it combines investment banking and data analytics together. So it's a sweet blend between corporate finance, investment banking, and data analytics. Now, you're going to be, like I said, you are a data analyst. You'll be learning all the skills and technologies of a data analyst. But the key thing is you're not using it within the confinement of what you're already good at, which is finance, okay? So even if you're not a finance professional, okay, you will be starting from scratch and taking you through the journey of becoming a financial analytics professional. So if you're interested in finance, this training program is tailored for you. So you'll be learning problem solving, you'll be learning Excel, you'll be learning Power BI, core technologies for data analytics. But now we're going to take it into the finance, the finance world, where you'll be learning accounting fundamentals, financial analysis, financial modeling, valuation, sensitivity analysis, and what we call scenario analysis. So these are the key things you'll be learning, all right, as a financial analytics professional. All right, so you'll still be a data analyst, but now you're a data analyst that is focused majorly in the finance department, and you're combining three things together: corporate finance, investment banking, and data analytics. So it's a perfect blend to get you into that tech space solely for financial professionals. All right. So another key one is HR analytics, because everybody thinks HR is for it's not a sweet career path. And I'll tell you, and I like to use my own experience because I won't say that I've tried my best in terms of the kind of places I've worked. So I did one with LinkedIn, okay, and it was a talent analyst role. Talent analyst. So a lot of people feel like there are no jobs in HR analytics, but there are tons of jobs. Talent, people, HR, performance, recruitment. There's so many analytical roles in HR that people are running away from. Now, this HR analytics training program is a perfect blend between HR and data analytics. So you're going to be learning data analytics, but you'll be learning data analytics in the HR space. All right. So you'll be learning problem solving, Excel and Power BI. But now after that, you take those technologies and start to implement them in the HR space. So you'll be learning HR analytics and performance evaluation. You'll be learning HR metrics and life cycle. You'll be learning HR analysis and dashboarding, collaboration and report automation, and building your case and creating an action. That's a critical part of what you'll be learning. Okay, that's an absolutely critical part of what you will be learning. So because building your case is very important. As an HR professional, everybody feels like HR professionals are just for, let me go on leave, schedule your leave, go on leave, come back on leave, hire, fire, basic, HR. But HR has moved away from that. So now how do you create your case within any organization where you find yourself? How do you create a case, a data analytics case for HR initiatives? So these are the things that you're going to be learning during the training program. Now, in terms of salary package, data analytics is £40,000 in the UK, 40,000 plus in the UK. Financial analytics is £51,000 average salary of a financial analyst. All right. And for HR analytics is £32,500. So if you have prior experience as an HR professional, financial analytics, finance professional, or even if you don't have any experience, you can get started in any of this career path. And trust me, it's practical enough for you to get a job after you finish your training program. So these training programs are all 3 months. So business analysis, data analytics, financial analytics, and HR analytics are all, the total scope is for 3 months. All right. 2 months of learning and 1 month of internship. 2 months of learning, the virtual learning training program. All right. 2 months of that and 1 month internship. All right. The training programs are hands-on practical. You'll be working on projects, and I'm going to be showing you some of the projects you'll be working on. So we also have other career paths: full stack data science, data engineering, and BI/Power Platform engineering. And I will speak more on all these career paths. Okay. So now full stack data science, you would have to learn coding, mathematics, and statistics. But these things you will learn them. All right. You will learn them from some of the industry experts. Very, very simple to learn, easy to learn, and easy to understand. Trust me. So a lot of people run away from, when I say measures of central tendency, a lot of everybody will get scared. Like, what is this guy talking about? Measure of central tendency is basically mean, median, and mode. That's what it means. Mean, the average value; median, the middle value; mode, the most frequent number, or frequent, the one that appears the most, essentially. All right. So these are statistics that people think is too technical. All right. A lot of people have painted it to be too technical, too advanced. But trust me, it's one of the easiest and sweetest career paths to get into. I mean, they actually named it the sexiest career paths, of the 21st century. But anyways, talking about data science, okay? Talking about data science, you'll be learning statistics, like I said. You'll be learning Excel and Tableau, okay? You'll be learning Excel and Tableau for what we call descriptive analytics, diagnostic analytics, and predictive analytics. So now the data scientist is having a skill set of a data analyst, but takes it a step further, all right, to do what we call predictive analytics. So anything that has to do with machine learning, forecasting and all that, that's the job of a data scientist. So a data scientist is, that person that would use statistical models to build forecasts, to build, predictive models, so on and so forth. So a data scientist is that person that does more of predictions within the organization. All right. And I will still speak more about that. Okay. So as a full stack data scientist, you will learn Excel and Tableau for descriptive, diagnostic, and predictive analytics. All right. So you'll be learning all these things to diagnose the business, what happened, why that particular thing happened, and what will happen. That's the prediction aspect. All right. So you'll be learning Excel and Tableau for that particular aspect. Then thereafter, you learn SQL, which is the language of database, like I explained. After that, you learn Python, you learn exploratory data analysis, you learn machine learning, and you also learn computer vision. All right. So for the machine learning aspects, you learn supervised and unsupervised. You work on projects. You have over 4 projects you've been working on, 2 for unsupervised, 2 for supervised. You would get a capstone project, that would cover all these topics. Okay. So the exploratory data analysis is the same thing. You'll be working on projects on exploratory data analysis, perform your univariate analysis, bivariate analysis, and multivariate analysis. Okay. So these are the key technologies you'll be learning in data science. You'll be working with GitHub, you'll be working with Python, you'll be working with so many technologies within the full stack data science program. All right. Now, the average salary of a data scientist in the UK is £50,000. Okay, £50,000 is the average salary of a data scientist. Now, the data scientist training program would be for 4 months. It's a 4-month training program. All right. 3 months of learning, 3 months of learning, okay, 3 months of intensive and immersive training program of learning, then 1 month internship, 1 month internship. And I will tell you the reason why the internship is very, very important for our participants. All right. So moving on to the next thing, data engineering. Now, data engineering came, and opened the world of, new possibilities for data professionals. And I'll explain why. A few years ago, all right, data engineers did not exist. Okay, there was no role called data engineering. There was nothing called data engineering. So a data analyst was shuffling as a data engineer. A data scientist also could shuffle as a data engineer. But there were so many inconsistencies. There were so many barriers. There were so many issues with this particular process. So a niche was created, which is called data engineering. And who is a data engineer? A data engineer is that person, is that professional that makes data available for the data analyst and the data scientist. All right. So take yourself like you go to a restaurant, you sit down, all right. You have a waiter that will come and meet you and ask you, what do you want? All right. What are you taking today? Can I take your order? Okay. Then you look at the menu and you provide your menu, you provide your order to the waiter. The waiter will do what? Go back to the kitchen and tell them exactly what you need. So you see, the data engineer is that waiter. So if you need data within an organization, for example, okay, the data engineer is the person that would go to the back end, get the data from the various data sources within the organization and make that data available for you. Do you understand? All right. So within the organization, data engineers are that professional that gathers data from different parts of the organization and makes that data available for the data analyst and the data scientist. Now, without a data engineer, in majority of the companies, things will not get done because it's difficult for you. Because imagine every organization has what we call ERP softwares, CRM softwares. They have data on the web. They have data scattered across different sources within the organization. Now, who is this person that harmonizes this data together? It's the data engineer. All right. So the demand for data engineers currently, it's phenomenal. All right. So a few months ago, when I was, that was towards the end of last year. All right. I was trying to get into a new role. All right. So my CV was on the normal job places. That was CV job, CV library, read.school, and some of the recruiters I'll share with you shortly. So my CV was on this platform. There was no single day I didn't get a role for. I didn't get a call. I would get a call, at least 2 calls, okay, or 1 email, or 2 emails, 1 call. It could be more than that in some days, but average was 2 calls every day, asking if I was willing to take a role, in data engineering because of my experience. But essentially, the good part about data engineering is you're coding, all right? But you're not doing mathematics or you're not doing or statistics. So you're coding, but you're doing no maths and you're doing no statistics. So the key thing you'll be learning is coding. And the coding you'll be working with is the coding you'll be working on is Python. All right, you'll be learning Python. All right. So let me walk you through what you'll be learning in the data engineering training program. Okay. So you'll be learning data engineering, okay, the fundamentals, what's a database architectures, database design, schema designs, so on and so forth. All right, normalization, first normal form, second normal form, third normal form, and fourth normal form. It's everything about every basic concept you need to learn as a data engineer will be taught. Then thereafter, you'll be learning SQL. SQL is very important because you'll be working with databases, moving data from one database to the other database. All right, so SQL is an essential skill set that you need to have as a data engineer. All right, you'll be learning Python. All right, Python is that open source programming language you'll be learning in order for you to, perform all the orchestration, all the ETL pipelines and all that. So after learning Python, you'll be learning what? You'll be learning how to build custom ETL pipelines. All right, ETL stands for extract, transform, and load. All right, extract data from the database, transform it, and load it into another database. All right, so that's what we call ETL. You'll be working with APIs. You'll learn how to work with APIs. You'll be working with what we call Apache Airflow. So Apache Airflow is what we use for orchestration and scheduling. All right. So in order for you to move data, you can't be moving data every day manually. So you need to automate the process. Now, this process of automation is called, Airflow. We use Airflow for orchestration and scheduling, basically automation. All right. We've also been working with AWS cloud engineering. So you can also, after the training program, you can get roles in cloud engineering, especially in AWS. All right. We've been working with GitHub for version control, CI/CD, and so on and so forth. All right. So you'll be learning SQL, you'll be learning Python, you'll be learning Apache Airflow, you'll be learning GitHub, you'll be learning how to work with AWS, S3 buckets, Redshift, so on and so forth. All right. So the average salary of a data engineer currently is £60,000. Now, the good thing about data engineering is there's a huge demand for data engineers in the UK. Absolutely huge demand for data engineers in the UK. Contract, full-time, and so on and so forth. All right. Now, the last but not the least is BI/Power Platform engineer. This is a sweet career path, to be honest. And to me personally, I actually I knew about this, by chance. I would say by chance because a lot of people don't know Power Platform engineering. All right. Now, if I should ask a key question, do you know Power BI? A lot of people know Power BI, all right? But they don't know that Power BI is one out of the two, what we call the Power Platform. Let me show you this quickly, all right? So I'll just show you this quickly. Power Platform, I'm just going to type in Power Platform. So don't worry, we're almost rounding off. I'll also be done with the setting. Power Platform, and you see this is it here, all right? So Power Platform, everybody knows Power BI. Everybody thinks Power BI is a standalone technology. But people don't understand that Power BI is a combination, Power Platform is a combination of Power BI, Power Apps, Power Automate, and Power Virtual Agent. Now, Power Apps, you use it to build what we call application, is for application development, mobile application, web-based application, and so on. You can use Power Apps to build applications. Now, Power Automate to automate business processes. So if you have any task, any business processes within the organization that you need to automate, you use Power Automate to automate the process. All right. The last but not the least is Power Virtual Agent. Now, this one used to build intelligent AI-enabled chatbots. All right. So the likes of, if you've seen ChatGPT or you've gone on any website where you can interact with, a computer and the computer gives you the answer. Basically, that's what we call a chatbot. So majority of the websites where you interact with a customer service representative, even if you see a face there, I'm telling you, it's AI. You're not chatting with a customer representative, it's AI. So you've been working out to build these chatbots using what we call Power Virtual Agent. You'll be learning how to automate business processes within any organization using Power Automate. And I'm just going to show you this quickly. I'm not even going to look at contracts. I'm just going to search Power Platform, just to show you the job opportunities that you have in Power Platform. This is based in the UK. And you see this Power Platform developer, 50 to 60,000, Power Platform developer, 36 to 40, Power Platform, 50 to 60, 50 to 60, 50 to 60, 36 to 41. These are all Power Platform jobs just in the UK. All right. And this is just one site. And we have quite a number of places where you can actually get these jobs. So Power Platform, you are not coding, you are not doing mathematics, and you're not doing statistics. So no coding, no math, no statistics. It's a beautiful career experience for people that don't want to code, that don't want to learn mathematics, that don't want to learn statistics, so on and so forth. All right. So what would you be learning? You'll be learning, obviously, creating an introduction to Power Platform. All right. You've never heard of it before. We're going to do an introduction. What's Power Platform, databases, what data sources are you going to be connecting to, SharePoint, Microsoft 365, so on and so forth. So we're going to be doing that, introduction. We'll talk about Power BI. We'll talk about SQL, Power Automate, Power Apps, Power Virtual Agent, and building your case and creating an action. All right. So all these things you will learn them during the Power Platform training program. So this training program is hands-on, practical, taking you from 0 to 100 to be able to get these roles. And I'll tell you, let me just open any of these roles. Let me just open this. And you'll see the kind of technologies, Microsoft 365, you work with Azure, you work with all these technologies that you need, all right? Working with Microsoft 365, like I said, in order for you to get the roles that you have in here, all right? I'm going to take another one, all right? And you see you're working with 365, Power Platform technologies, Dynamics, and so on and so forth. And all this the training program is going to cover all these technologies in order for you to land your job in tech. Now, the reasons why we choose this career path, don't forget, is the ease of learning, ease of getting a job, and the high and rewarding salary. Nothing more, nothing less. Ease of learning, all right? It's easy to learn. It's easy for you to transition because there is a constant demand for this role. All right. Last but not the least, the high and rewarding salaries. And now you can see them for yourself and you can take a look at them personally to see the roles that you have available. All right. So the next thing is generative AI. Okay. So with the recent trend in the job market, all right, the recent trend in even getting a job or landing your tech job, all right, generative AI technologies have become essential, all right, and likely in the next couple of months down the line, it's going to become even part of job requirements. And that's the reason why we have included these technologies inside all the training programs that we offer. All right, so you'll be working with ChatGPT, you'll be working with GitHub Copilot, you'll be working with Fireflies, Copy.ai, Tool, Assembly AI, and so much more. So you'll be working with this, to make your career journey a lot smoother, a lot easier, because, AI is not supposed to take your job. AI is supposed to enable you as a tech professional. And I usually use this analogy, all right, that, it's not an analogy, it was an actual event that happened in the US. This was a few years ago, all right? So you had a medical doctor and you had a robot, okay? An AI-enabled robot, all right? They wanted to perform the same operation, okay? And that was appendix, to remove appendix from a human host, all right? So the medical doctor performed that procedure and had a whooping score of about 95%, all right, about 95%. The robot did the same operation and had a whooping score of 97%, 95, 97. The human doctor had 95, the robot had 97. Now, combining the two of them together, the doctor and the AI robot did the same operation and they had a whooping score of 99 point something percent, all right? Almost close to 100% accuracy, okay? So AI is not supposed to take your job. It's supposed to enable you. It's supposed to be collaboration, you working alongside AI to get job done. So if you're a tech professional, you're working as a data scientist, ChatGPT will not replace your work, all right? It's supposed to enable your work. So rather than you spending hours to figure out a code, how do you leverage ChatGPT to get the codes that you're looking for in order for you to optimize your code? or if you have a code that you're working with, how do you optimize it as quick as possible? So rather than you testing and running and spending hours to optimize, you can actually leverage ChatGPT to optimize it. Use Copilot for the same thing. All right. Same thing as a business analyst, rather than you taking notes during meetings, during business stakeholder meetings, you can use Fireflies to document, to highlight certain key action points during the meeting, even before the meeting ends. All right. And your Firefly, your AI enabled your Firefly's AI is able to document and do all the things you need to do. Same thing with Copy.ai tool for presentation, Assembly AI for so on and so forth. So you'll be leveraging all these things as the course of a training program in order for you to leverage AI as a tech professional. All right. So these are the things that you'll be learning during the training program that you would need as as a tech professional. What do you guys think about this? I want to see what you guys think about, all the things you've learned so far. Just put it in the chat. What do you think about this? What do you guys think about this? Fantastic. Awesome. Awesome. I can see that. All right. Are you guys talking amongst yourself? Everybody says awesome. I love this and I'm interested. Amazing. Wow. All right. So these are the things that we are putting together. So we are not just cast in stone training organization. So we are observing trends within the industry and we are tailoring ourselves into seeing how you can, get into this industry and supersede people that have been there before. All right, and I'm going to share some personal experience and participant experience and how they've leveraged all this in getting their first job. All right, so we are always our business analysis. You can check anywhere else. They will never teach you analytics, and those are the things that we are doing. Putting everything that we are doing is we are looking at the current trends, month in, month out. We have our research team doing serious work to find out what is the recent demand, what is the recent technologies these industries are looking for. And we're always incorporating it into our curriculum. So if you knew us at the start of this year or at the start of last year, you will notice our curriculum is always updated, all right, to meet up with the current trends, to see how we match our participants, match with the current demand of what these organizations are looking for, all right? So your learning roadmap, okay? You're learning with Analytics, you're coming into Analytics. Trust me, it's one of the best experience you're going to be looking out for. All right. So, like I said, our training program, some are for 2 months, some are for 3 months. So it's a 3-month learning journey. Okay. So if your training program is for 2 months, you have 2 months of project-based classes. All right. So we're going to be working with projects. All right. You're going to be working on projects that have been disguised. No doubt about that. So these projects are projects that we, the professionals, myself, Adeza, and other professionals that I'm going to share their profile with you. All right. These are projects they've worked on in their organization. All right. And that is basically what we are using to train our participants. All right. So I've worked on different contract projects here in the UK, in Ireland, back in Africa, Nigeria, Ghana. I've worked on several projects. Now, this project is what we use to train the participants. So data science, data analytics, data engineering, data business analysis, Power Platform, so on and so forth. These projects are what we use to train the participants. All right. And that is how you gain experience building projects, not theory, building, using your hands to build solutions. So these are the classes are project-based, and I'm going to share them with you as we go on. The classes are project-based. You get 2 weeks capstone project, 2 weeks capstone project for you to work on, and 1 month virtual internship. And I'm going to expatiate on this virtual internship because it's absolutely fantastic how you would skyrocket your experience as a tech professional. All right. So project-based live classes, 2 weeks capstone project, and 1 month virtual internship. All right. Virtual instructor-led classes. All right. Virtual instructor-led classes. We use Zoom, we use Google Meets. All right. Depending on the classes, but we leverage Google Meets majority of the time. All right. So you would have an industry best some of the best guys in the industry, that will be putting you through each of these career paths, that'll be holding your hands and guiding you to becoming that tech professional that you were looking to get. All right. So virtual instructor-led training program, we collaborate on Slack. You use Slack, you use Google Classroom, you use WhatsApp in order for you to collaborate as a team, as a participant, so on and so forth. So virtual instructor-led classes. So you would have a professional like myself, like a Daza, and so on and so forth, that will be working with you, holding your hands and guiding you through the process of you getting your first job. All right. So the classes are very, very flexible. Okay. The classes are very flexible, Saturdays and on Sunday. All right. Saturdays and on Sunday. So Saturdays usually are for live project-based classes. So where you'll be working on projects and creating solutions to the projects. Sundays are for self-paced watch me do it videos. Now, these videos basically are projects also, all right, where you get to build your own projects in your own space, all right, by your own self. So they are self-paced watch me do it videos where you get to work. All right. Some of the courses are Saturdays and Sundays. So you might have classes on Saturday, have classes on Sunday. All right. But that's just the way it is. It's flexible. It's just Saturdays and Sundays. So if you're a working professional, it's basically designed for you to get started in tech. So you don't have anything to complain about. All right. Even if you're working on the weekends, the classes are recorded. All classes are recorded. The way we're on Zoom, the way we are currently on the call, and the call is recorded. So if you wait to the end of the session, you get the recording. It's the same way classes are all recorded. And if you even miss a class, you can always get access to the recording and revisit exactly what we did in class that weekend. So we have joined the series of, tech series events, okay? Tech series event where we have, recruitment hacks. So you see what we did today. So there was a free session, all right? Now, trust us that if you stay within Analytics, we have a lot more hacks that we have for you, recruitment hacks, how you can actually get a job, okay? Interview preparation sessions, mock interview sessions, so many things that we put together in order for you to get a job. And I'm going to share some of them with you, all right? So, you learning the technical parts. So we talked about Python, we talked about Jira, we talked about Trello, we talked about Draw.io, process mapping, data analytics, problem solving, Excel, all those are technical parts of it. Now that's just 50% of what you need to get a job. That's honestly just 50%. Now, that's why I tell most people, okay, and I will show you something as we go on, okay? You learning stuff on YouTube, on Udemy, Udacity, it's just 50%. You see I get a lot of people in my DM saying that, oh, if I just finished a program on YouTube, I just finished watching several videos on YouTube, I'm looking for projects to take on, I'm looking for free internship. And that's because they only took just the skill. All right. Now, the other part is the ability to sell yourself as a tech professional, The first thing is CV review. CV review. I see a lot of people getting it. I personally was, I was victim to this, applying for jobs in the UK, applying for jobs in Ireland. I got a lot of rejection. Sometimes immediately I apply for the job like this, immediately I am getting rejection immediately. And I feel like, is the HR person just sitting down waiting for my CV? Do you understand? But there are several things you don't understand. There's something we call ATS. All right, application tracking software systems. Okay, now that recruiters leverage in order for them to weed out bad applications. All right, so you see, CV review sessions is very, very important in Analytics. So we help you review your CV. We help you to review your CV to get the good jobs, to get the high-paying jobs, so on and so forth. So you get that low rejection email, all right, that you get when you send out your CV, you get that immediate rejection. It reduces by 80% by doing the CV review session, all right? The next thing is LinkedIn optimization. Now, let me show you something real quick, all right? Because I'd like to show you practical, not just theory. And that's just the way we work, because we use practicals to explain theory. I'm just going to go on LinkedIn, all right? And I'm going to show you something real quick, all right? And we're just going to go to jobs, all right? Quickly, and I'm just going to go to a BI developer in the United States, Power BI programmer, all right? And you see 35% resume match, okay? 35% resume match. So this particular technology tells me exactly how my resume matches this particular job site. So now, if I apply for this particular job, I will likely get a rejection. because it's just 35%, 31%, I mean, all right, which is below what I should be getting, all right, which is below. So if you're going to be looking for a particular job match, these are the things that we're going to be teaching you, all right? How do your CV rank? This currently is 24%. So before I apply for this job, I would need to review my CV. I would need to do so many things in order for me to apply for those kind of jobs. So some people just feel like they have one CV. The recruiter is going to read my CV. I will apply for the job. So those are the recruitment acts that we're going to do for you, show you how to leverage all these technologies that you can use to reduce your chances of getting a rejection. All right, you apply for a job and you getting a rejection. These are the things that we're going to do for you. All right, so you have what we call ATS. We're going to work your CV. We'll build your CV in a way that it is ATS compliant, and you would be able to apply for jobs and reduce your chances of getting rejection. You'll do LinkedIn optimization. Majority of you don't have your LinkedIn profile optimized. So what we're going to do to do that, we're going to work with you to optimize your LinkedIn profile, have the right handles, have the right banners, have the right things within your profile. And I wish I had enough time to explain all these things, but we don't have enough time. All right. Upwork optimization. Upwork is freelance. Okay. So we have students saying that they cannot work 20 hours, more than 20 hours. Why not go on Upwork and get a job? All right. I'm just going to, rather than me doing that, I'm just going to, all right, I'm just going to go ahead to show you exactly what I'm talking about. So let's just talk about, so we're looking at Upwork, all right? So I'm just going to search for Upwork. So this is basically freelance, data analytics, business analysis, so on and so forth. So I'm going to just go straight down to business analysis. I'm going to go straight to business analysis, all right? And I'm going to data analytics. All right. So you see data science, you can see data science freelance, you can see data entry, you can see data visualization, you can see data scraper, you can see data analyst. So there are so many roles that you can actually see here. All right. So Shopify analytics expert needed, Shopify analytics expert, web maintenance, universal analytics, video surveillance, and these roles are all freelance roles, and you can get to you get paid in dollars for these particular roles that you see here. So the Upwork is majorly for freelancers. How work should work. Forget the old rules. You have the best people right now, right here. So this is basically for freelancers. So rather than you just looking for full-time offers, you can just work freelance, work on the project, move to a new project, so on and so forth. All right. All right, so moving on from Upwork, so we're going to optimize your Upwork session. We're going to optimize your Upwork optimization session. We're going to do what we call navigating the job market. All right, so you're new to this career path. We're going to show you how to navigate the job market. How to navigate the job market. So you're in the UK, what job places do you go to? What keywords should you search for? A lot of people want to search for data analysts every single time. So there are so many roles that you can actually apply to as a data analyst. As a business analyst, there are so many roles you can apply to as a business analyst. Change management, business process analyst, business systems analyst. There's so many roles you can apply to, or you don't know that. And that's what we do during the navigating the job market session. And we tell you what roles to recommend. Now, the next part is recommendation and reference letter. Recommendation and reference letter plays a huge role, all right? Especially if you're in the UK, it plays a huge role. And I'm just going to show you one I got to fill, a reference letter I got to fill a few days ago, all right? So just give me a second while I bring up that, okay? So reference letter is an important, very, very important, requirement for most organizations. Some people are requesting for me to share my screen. I'm not sure why you're asking me to so I'm just going to decline, and so I'm just going to be looking for you and take you out. Sorry, just give me a second. Okay. All right, so sorry about that. Just a brief in. All right, so reference request. I'm just going to show you one of the reference requests I got recently, so you can get to see exactly why reference letter is a huge demand, is very huge in demand for data analysts and business professionals. So if you even try to, get a job in tech this year, it's very, very important. So I'm just going to blow out some of the personal details so you don't get to see the person's name and so on and so forth. All right, just give me a second. All right, so you can see this. This is one of the requests that came in. I came into hello Femena. We are contacting you for a request of reference for. The reference is going to take a couple of minutes, 3 options by clicking the button below. So this is basically just one of our participants got a job with this particular organization. All right, obviously not experience, but these are the people that will verify the candidates' experience, the candidates' work experience, and if the person has actually done the things they said they did. All right. So reference is very, very important. So if you don't have work reference, a lot of people have missed out on work reference. There are 1,000 work reference in my system on my email address, and I'm going to be sharing some of them with you as we go on. But work reference is very, very important. So these are the things that we provide: recommendation and reference letter. All right, so we provide these things for you to back up your experience, to back up your skill set in order for you to get what you're looking for. All right, now the next part is job and interview preparation. So we prepare you for the interview. We tell you about potential questions they would likely ask you, potential we'll do what we call mock interviews to get you started into the interview itself. All right, so you do all those things. We provide you with so much job support in order for you to get a job. We even provide you on the job support. So when you get the job, we still provide support to you in order for you to do well on the job. All right. So it's a good thing for you to get a job, but another thing is to do well on the job. So we still do on the job support. So we do the job interview processes, the job interview process preparation for you, so on and so forth. All right. So, these are some of the professionals that you'll be working with. Ifemena, Adeza, Nene, Nina is a product manager here in the UK, Obina, Shale, Emmanuel, Ibrahim, Kelvin, Teniola, Abdurrahman, and Francis. These are top guys within the industry that you'll be working with in order for you to get started in your desired career path. All right. So those are the key things that we are looking at building, using Africans to build ourselves, to sharpen ourselves in order for us to get started in tech. All right, to get started in tech. And you can see majority of them are Nigerians. All right, we have people from Ghana, we have professionals scattered across the world in Canada, in the UK. Obina currently is in Canada. All right, we have people in Canada, we have people in the UK working together in order for us to get more Africans into tech. That's the major thing that we are working on. All right. So now there are 2 options to getting into tech. Okay, there is a DIY and there is, the option what we call analytics. Obviously, what we're talking about today. Now, the DIY is you doing it yourself. Okay, you going on YouTube to learn. Personally, I went through the DIY, and I'll tell you for a fact, it is the most expensive and it is the slowest way to go. All right. A lot of people tell you, oh, free resources on YouTube, free resources on Udemy, free research. There's so many free resources out there, absolutely. All right. But it takes you a longer time to transition. I personally it took me over a year, okay, confidently over a year and a half for me to transition. All right. And I did not even feel confident in myself in order to get my first job. I didn't feel confident at all. All right. And that's one of the major problems. You see people doing the DIY, coming back to myself to ask me to give them projects to work on for them to own their skill. Now this project is what you're already going to be working on day 1, Insight Analytics. Day 1, Insight Analytics. And without me wasting too much time, I'm just going to quickly show you some of the projects that you'll get to work on, and then we can call it a day. So I'm just going to go to let me just go through the data science classes. All right. So this is the classroom where all your materials are stored, okay? So let's take a look at the week, dashboarding assignment. This is the first project. So you see, this is an actual project. that we personally have worked on, and we're using it as a case study for the participants. Now, this is a e-commerce firm, okay? They're currently having issues, and let's understand the issues. Sterling wants to understand their customers' needs, preference, and behavior. Specifically, wants to identify any patterns of trends. Sterling believes that leveraging the power of data can help them make more informed decisions and boost effectiveness. So these are the kind of projects you would be working on. So there's a case, there's a business overview, there is a problem that you're trying to solve, and you're using the data to solve this problem. So how do you solve this problem? What recommendation you're coming with, and so on and so forth. So doing it on a DIY basis is going to be, you won't have those kind of projects that you're going to work on. You won't have that experience. You won't have anybody to hold your hands. It's a lot difficult. It's a lot, difficult to work with. On the other hand, you have the analytics that will accelerate your learning experience, all right, that will work with you, hold your hands and guide you through the whole process. Transition time is within 3 months, all right? You get all the support, all the job supports that you need, from LinkedIn to CV review, LinkedIn optimization, even job preparation, recommendation letters, so on and so forth that you can actually do. Now, I know a lot of people have been asking this very, very interesting question, which is, I've gotten quite a number of people in my DM asking, what is the, how much is the training program? All right, how much is the training program? A lot of people have been sending me messages while we're on the call. All right. Now, the next program is going to be starting on the 1st of July, 2023. 1st of July, 2023. The training program is going to be starting the 1st of July, 2023. So if you are looking to become a business analyst, data scientist, data engineer, the training program starts on the 1st of July. Now, the original fee for this training program is £400, okay, or 320,000 Naira. All right. The original fee for this training program is £400 or 320,000 Naira. But now we are currently running an early bird discount, all right, just for the first 20 people to register. All right, just for the first 20 people to register. So if you're looking to become a business analyst, a data analyst, Power Platform developer, a data engineer, so on and so forth, all right, this discount is only available for the first 20 people, only available for the first 20 people. All right. So if you're looking to for the data analytics, business analysis, HR analytics, financial analytics, full stack data science, and Power Platform developer, if you're going to be paying in pounds, the early bird discount is £300. Okay. £300. Now, the beauty about this is you can pay in 2 installments. You don't need to pay in full. All right. You can pay in 2 installments. Now, the first installment is £200 and the second installment is £100. Now, a lot of people ask questions as regards to what's the timeline to pay the second payment. Now, make the first payment to register and balance the second payment after 1 month into the training program. So you can balance 1 month into the training program. Now, if you're paying in Naira, it is 270,000 Naira, all right? And you can pay in 2 installments of 180,000 and 90,000 Naira. So you can pay in 2 installments of 180,000 and 90,000 Naira. Now, data engineering is slightly more expensive, all right, because of several technologies, several things that you will be engaging with. So it is £400 for data engineering, and you can pay in 2 installments of 300 and 100 pounds. So the first installment for data engineering is £300, and second installment is £100. For Naira, it is 350,000 Naira, and you can pay in 2 installments of 250 and 100,000 Naira. Now, for people in Ghana, I can see quite a number of people asking questions. What about those in Ghana? All right, what about if I'm in Sierra Leone, I'm in Gambia, I'm in another region entirely? Don't worry, we have that prepared for you. So we have a Paystack link, we have a PayPal link that you can use to register to make payments. So you can always click on the Paystack link, and you can click on the Paystack link or the PayPal link in order for you to make payment for any of the training programs that you want to get started in. Now, the good thing about this is it's only available for the first 20 people. All right. So a lot of people will say, oh, if I attended this session, all right, please keep me a space, or, it's only available for the first 20 people. All right, first 20 people. Now let me just show you one of the classes that I was showing you just earlier. All right. The typical thing that happened, a lot of people would wait last minute to get started. Now let me just this is currently a quote, all right, and we have people over here. So I'm just going to show you the people, and you see a typical class, we have 46 people in this class, and I'll tell you for free that only the first 20 people paid the discount fee. This is for data science. All right, only the first 20 people, the other 26 people had to pay the non-discount price of £400. So if you're looking to get started, okay, please initiate that transaction, get started, secure your position for the early birds, and you can see the people on the call at the moment. These are all people. Let me just show you another class. Let me show you another class that we have. I'm just going to go to the business analysis. All right, this is the North America. Okay, so we have two sessions. We have the Europe and we have the North America. So if you look at the people for business analysis, you have 73 people. All right, for business analysis. All right, so if you're looking at getting started, secure your position. And that's one thing I like to tell most people: don't wait last minute to get your, but this discount is only available for the first 20 people, only first 20 people. So if you're looking to get a job in the UK, you're looking to transition to tech, this is your avenue to get started. So please, to get your position, the account numbers, I'll just display them. You can take a screenshot and we can get started. All right. So I would be taking a few questions before we call it a day. So if you have any question, I can see quite a number of people I can see quite a number of people asking for raising up your hand. So if you have any question, you can raise up your hands and I'll be taking your question one after the other. All right. All right. So Brahima, tell me when we have our people sorted out, the people that will be speaking today, so I can bring them in to share their experience. All right, Prince, I'm going to ask you to, Prince, I don't know what happened, your hand went down. So I'm just going to take Ada. So Ada, I'm asking you to unmute yourself so you can ask your question quickly. I'll take Prince next.
Okay, thank you so much. It has been a very wonderful session. I'm not new to analytics though. I'm part of February cohort, so I'm already used to the extraordinary presentation and all. So, but I have a question. I want to ask, it seems you prefer applying for contract roles. Is it because it pays more or something?
Obviously, yes, it pays more. That's why I say everybody has different ways of working. So I won't impose people on one particular place. Me, I prefer contracts because, first of all, like you've seen, it pays more, first of all, and it doesn't tie me long term with the organization. So there's a lot of, I don't know about most people, but staying too long in an organization, I get bored easily. So I like contracts to move from one place to the other, stay short term, so I'm not tying myself to one particular organization. Do you understand? So that's just it, nothing more. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, thanks a lot for that. All right, so thanks Ada for that very good question. All right, so Prince, I'm going to take you next because I know you dropped off, your hand went down. So Prince, I'm going to take you next quickly.
Okay, good evening.
Good evening.
Okay, like the lady that just spoke, I've actually been following Tenalytics since February. Since you guys did the International Women's Day stop dead ball. I only just registered and I'm part of the July 1st cohort. I registered already. So now my question is actually get to that contract job that you talked about. I'm in Nigeria. So is it possible to get that contract job from Nigeria? That's just my question. Yeah. Question. Yeah. That's just my question.
Okay, fantastic question. Now, to be very honest, contract roles don't offer sponsorship. Majority of them don't offer sponsorship, and I'll tell you that's just the way it is. All right. So majority of these organizations have gotten burnt in the past, and like I said, they might not want to just offer sponsorship off the bat, like straight up. So what they would do is, well, from coming from Nigeria, I don't think I can't, from my own experience, I don't know. I can't say, to be very honest, I can't say yes or no. I know people have gotten jobs from Nigeria and they've relocated them, but not via contract. It was actually via visa sponsorship, like Adeza put you through. All right. So they went through the audition process. So, but for contracts, you would have to be in the UK, either as a student, a dependent, or whatever it is. You must have, like, you must be, from my experience, you must be within the UK to get this kind of roles. But you never can know until you try. You
Yeah.
could be the lucky one.
Yeah.
Do you understand? Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
But there are so many other remote opportunities. You get to remote jobs. Okay. So if you're looking to get it, not just in the UK, but in the US, most especially in the US, Canada, those markets are very open to remote working. All right. So you can get a job in the US. Those are the things that you're going to learn during the training program, how to get remote jobs and all that. So you're in the right place. Trust me, Prince. Okay.
I know. I'm home.
All right. You're home. All right. Thanks a lot for that. All right. Cheers.
Yeah.
If you're Precious, let me take you next. Okay. I can see you dropped your question. Pragmatism here towards arranging myself. So if you're Precious, is asking a question, which is, when is the next cohort after July? So we run the program every month. All right. So we run the program every month. So if you don't meet July, you will get to meet, August, September, so on and so forth. So, you're always home, or we're always going to be running a training program to get you started in tech. All right. One thing I will not guarantee is the discounts, okay, and the price, okay. So what I tell most people is to lock in their price, and you can defer to a certain date. All right. So this price, what you see is today's price, not tomorrow's price. So that's the only thing I would say to a very large extent. Like I said, we're always keeping in trend to see how to ensure our participants are keeping up with recent trends, recent technologies, in order for them to stay competitive in a global job market, not just the UK. So it's literally global. All right. So I'm not going to waste too much time. I'm going to bring up all the people that will be speaking. So all our participants that would like to share their experience, I would like to bring you up. Just turn on your video and I would bring you in. All right, so everybody can get to see you and you can share your experience quickly. So Ekube, do you want to turn on your video and unmute yourself? Esther, Oluwasegun, Sharon, I can see Sharon. Okay, fantastic. Sharon, it's good to see you. All right, Sharon, okay, I can see Sharon. So I want all of you to, Randy, turn on your video. Olani, turn on your video. Oluwasegun, Esther, I want to see all of you, because I want the session to be interactive so we can all talk together at the same time. So Olani, Randy, Esther, Ekube, please turn on your video, unmute yourself. You're all hosts. You can unmute yourself and turn on your video. All right. So Randy, are you there? Randy, Olani, are you there? Oluwasegun, Esther, and Ekube. All right, Sharon, while we wait for the rest, Sharon, do you want to share your experience quickly?
Good evening, everyone. Hello. So I started the data engineering in May, and at first I didn't know what that was. So I came to I think it was a testing session with you, FMNA, and we went through coding, and I thought, I've learned so much in 1 hour. I wonder how much I can learn in 3 months. So that's what pushed me to do it. And since then, we've gone through Python, we've gone through SQL. I've attended the extra sessions on LinkedIn optimization, trying to sort out my CV. It's been very interesting getting to connect with the people in the class. So we've finished Python, but we're still working on real life projects. So it's helping me to remember things as we're moving on. Yeah, that's it.
That's it. Amazing. It's amazing. So we're still going to be coming up together because, we're all past participants. So we're going to be talking together. I'm going to take Oluwasegun next. Oluwasegun, you want to share your experience quickly so other people can learn from this?
Yeah, good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Yeah, I'm Oluwasegun from Bradford, UK. I joined Analytics February 2022, and since then it has been amazing. We started with Microsoft Excel, Microsoft Excel, SQL, Power BI. Then we move up to elicitation, moving to SDLC, moving to stakeholders analysis and co. So since then, it has always been interesting. Not only interesting because it's not a movie, but at least is what is what I paid for, and I really enjoyed it because I know it's not what I wasted my money on. And another thing is me checking job requirements is all these days. Checking the requirements, checking what the recruiter wants. I've been seeing me trying to do so many things in what they want. And even after that, the internship that we are on right now is a project that's really interesting. It's a life project that we that is taxful.
Amazing.
A project that is problem solving. So there is nothing like I don't know this or they didn't teach me this. No. So during this program too, on Thursdays we always have a career program where we discuss about interviews, discuss about how your CV,
I can get a job.
how things will be done. So that's always been amazing.
Fantastic work, Oluwasegun. No, amazing. Thanks a lot for trusting us. Yeah, amazing stuff. There's still so much we're gonna do together. I'm just gonna call on Ekube. Do you want to go next?
Okay.
Okay, Randy. Okay, your video is turned off. Okay, yes, Ekube, go ahead, please.
Okay, yeah. Ekube is my house name. Don't mind me. I just put it there. My people know me as Doris. So when I first anyway, thank you for the presentation. I didn't need to be here, but I usually, when I do have the extra time, I always make it a point of duty to attend even the classes that have no business with me. So even when I was asked, would you like to join this class, I was like, in my mind, I was already planning to join the class. So Obon just asked me to speak about my experience. So on my own, it's been nice joining Tenalytics because I'm one of those DIYers you talked about. I can find anything online. I have done a lot of study on my own, but like you said, there's never been that confidence to be able to say, I am a business analyst. Incidentally, my job was basically what you call business analysis now. I used to be a market analyst in the power sector. I used to be a regulator in the power sector. And when I came in and the first day, Adiza was talking about working with Sahara, I laughed because we may have met at some point because I'm the person that would have probably recommended a license from Sahara to be issued to them by the regulator. So it was exciting for me because I've been doing most of this, but mainly I was working with Excel, doing financial analysis, looking at the books of companies. But basically my job was in the past, it was in the public sector. So after leaving my job, I took early retirement, I moved abroad and all of that. And like you said, nobody cares about your certifications, your years of experience, and even what you know, you have to be able to show it. And so for me, I felt, okay, I am a market analyst, I'm an economist, I have a lot of experience, 12 years experience from my background and all of that, but it doesn't count because my experience was with Excel. And we did a lot of financial modeling with Excel. But to a degree, I came into Europe, for instance, and I kind of got lost. So how do I find my feet? And then I picked up something that is nice, but not exactly what I wanted. And then incidentally, I started hearing about data analytics, and then business analytics. And I'm like, okay, I didn't understand what they were about. I did my study. I joined some courses, already paid courses for data analytics. And I still felt like something was missing. This is not me. I wasn't particularly a statistics or data person. So I felt like, okay, fine. How can I do much more like what I do know, what I am used to already? And then my sister called me and said, I hope you know that data analytics is different from a business analysis. And I'm like, that's when it dawned on me that, okay, I needed to find something unique. So when she came up with, a friend told her about this course, can we both do it? And two of us were excited because we're both together here and we're both doing jobs we're not really excited about. She's a banker and I was, doing other things. So it just happens that Tenalytics, I came in, and from the first few courses, I was like, okay, I got some confidence in the sense that, okay, this is not statistics, this is not coding. I don't have to bother too much with code. I got a little afraid when we were going to SQL because I had done SQL before and it seemed like they were speaking Greek. But this time, SQL was interesting and I found myself following. I'm like, oh my God, these guys are really good. Because my brain is wired differently. So if someone doesn't teach me the way I understand, I get lost. I mean, you're talking and all I'm hearing, your mouth is just moving. So the good thing is Tenalytics, the way Adiza took the class, I don't think you took me in any of the classes, but I watched watch me do it. And those were very, very helpful as well. Your class on SQL was wonderful. That really opened my mind. Okay, I'm not so scared of SQL, I can do this. So for me, it's exciting. And this is me talking as I'm almost 50. I retired from my job, early retirement, of course, in early 40s. And then this is me like taking a second look at a new job, new experience, new everything. And I was almost afraid. And then I realized, don't be. I mean, from the way you've talked, there are a lot of things I picked out. You did help me with building my confidence enough to know that, okay, I am not a fraud. I know what I know. I actually am a business analyst. I just didn't know it. And so now I have the tools that can make me confident to go into that role and take my position as a business analyst, knowing my onions. With my past experience is a plus. Now I have the new market tool because I didn't know about these tools when we were still working before. I didn't even know we could do dashboards on Excel. I remember my boss asking me once to do an Excel and measure the market trends in the electricity market. And we were all frustrated in the department because none of us actually knew we could do it with Excel. This is 3 years ago. And now I'm feeling, oh my God, had I known
you'd be a superstar, yeah.
that this is what he wanted, and it was just, it's amazing knowing now that, okay, this and this and this are the tools I now have. I now have my Excel under my belt. I can do my dashboards on Excel now. I can do my dashboards on BI now. I am understanding SQL better. It's no longer Greek. So I know how to extract data with SQL. And then the most beautiful part is the usual things I was doing before. Eliciting information from stakeholders, being in stakeholder meetings, being the intermediary. Those are the regular things I was doing for 12 years. So for me, it's like, I was a business analyst. I didn't know it, but because of where I was, but it's now building me more confidence to know that, okay, this is your space. Go ahead and take it,
Amazing. I think that's an absolutely very fantastic experience you have. And that's one thing most people don't understand. Having a prior experience is actually an advantage. People think that they're coming from Nigeria, they're already at a disadvantage, but you can leverage your past experience in order for you to get a job even in the UK. All right, so that's very fantastic. And I think thank you for that. I would say thanks a lot for that very wonderful testimonial. All right.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
I appreciate that. So Esther, do you want to go next?
Okay. Hi, everybody. My
Hi,
name is Esther. I am based in Poland. And the interesting thing about me being a BA right now, because I would say I'm already a BA because I just completed my life classes today, is that it's very interesting because at one point or the other in our life, I think we all are business analysts. The only thing is the professionalism. So when I joined Tenalytics a few weeks ago, in fact, before I joined, I did not even plan it that I was going to be a pro to get the kind of knowledge, the kind of understanding I have now. But with my classes, I can say I am a change agent, I am a professional. I'm able to analyze businesses. I'm able to analyze their document by assessing their current processes. I'm able to identify whatever loopholes or whatever needs a company or an organization is experiencing, and also to prefer solutions. The very key things are that I have experienced. I'm talking about my personal experience now. Thank you very much, actually, Femina, for giving us the basic summary of what a BA does. So I would say is investigating business solutions, business situation. It's very, very important before you prefer.
Sorry, Esther, sorry. I think you're using two devices, yeah?
Yes.
I think one is affecting the other one. I'm not sure if you're using it. No, I think your voice is a bit low. It gets low, it increases again. So, all right.
Okay, how about now? Is it better?
It's better now, yes, it's better.
All right, sorry about that. So I'm able to investigate whatever business solution, business situations I am being called to. I'm able to analyze and identify all the stakeholders involved in the business, because as a BA, you need to know who your stakeholders are, from the top management to the final consumers. It's very, very important for me. So that's the professional level I am in now. And also it's very important to identify the current process, which we call during the training, the ASTIS. And after the ASTIS process, we have to move to the 2B. What you yourself as a business analyst think has to be done, what changes you need has to take place in the organization in order to get the final goal for the organization. And of course, with all this background, with all this information, it's very, very nice to know that we had training in Microsoft Excel, Power BI. From my background in accounting, I've actually known Excel, but during the training, Daisy actually took us, he simplified it to the barest minimum. And I felt like, was I actually doing Excel in my former employment? But the training period was really nice. I enjoyed the training session. I enjoyed the processes, and with all the data information, which is the Microsoft Excel and Power BI, I'm able to create my own database. That is very, very interesting to do. Just like Ekube mentioned, it brings you joy to know that you are able to do something that, in fact, I think I actually mentioned to a friend one time that we were doing Power BI, and it was startled. It was like, are you sure you're actually doing business analysis? Because it's a bit high, I think, to some people, and they would be like, do you actually need this? And I'm like, yes. In Tenalytics, they're teaching us we actually need it for our own data analysis. Sometimes we do not need to wait for the data analyst. We also can take up that responsibility and do that job on our own. It gives us an edge as a BA. And also moving outside the data processes, I am able to learn about the various project initiation and planning methods. They're using the process of OSCAR, RACI, Agile, Scrum, and very, very, very key methods of how you as a business analyst can map out your plans, how you can take the responsibility of whatever actions you are supposed to do. And of course, after mapping out the plans, one very important part of a BA is how to make the business case. It is very important to me because I actually love to make presentations So having to know the right way, the right methods to do the case, to do the business case is a very big plus for me. And in summary, out of all this, I would just say that I'm very grateful for the training. The training is really, really nice. The trainers are very, very patient with us. They are understanding, and the working hours, of course, the period is not so much. It's not cumbersome for us to stay with. So it's really a very good thing for me. And also one last thing, I would just say that is a very big plus for me as a BA who trained with Tenalytics is industry engagement. I remember, I think a few weeks ago, something happened in the general corporate world, and somebody dropped it on the group that, what do you think? Okay, I think it was a case of an issue with a company. They had a fallout in one of their processes, and then someone jumped it on the group, and it was a discussion that, what do you think happened? Where do you think they missed it? And people were actually engaging, and people were actually talking in the BA terms. And it was really, really nice to know that, yeah, we are actually learning, and all of us are very, very, very participative. That's in class. The class is 100% interactive. We have projects that we all work with individually and also as a group. So it makes it really, really real. It's 100% real. It's 100% practical. And of course, after the classes, we have time to check Watch Me Do It videos for people who are confused. And also, I think we also have one-on-one sessions. If you think you're confused with whatever thing, we have that opportunity to reach out to somebody, and also we would get help. So being in Tenalytics is a very big plus for me. Apart from the money, apart from the salary thingy, it's a big plus for me, and I'm proud to be here. So I welcome everybody. I welcome you all to join and to learn with Tenalytics. BA is actually interested. Everybody at one point in your life, you are a BA, but to get the professionalism, I'm welcoming you to Tenalytics. Thank you.
All right, that's absolutely, thanks a lot. Someone says that you are very good representation. So yeah, that's fantastic. All right, so thanks a lot for that, Esther. I'm going to take Randy next. Randy, do you want to turn on your video so we can get to see you? People can hear from you, yeah.
So my name is Randy. I'm joining from Ghana. And I would say that if you want to learn something new, like myself about 8 months ago, I want to transition to tech, Tenalytics is the best place to look at. So last November, I started looking at data analysis, because when you go to Twitter, wherever you go, social media, they're talking about data analysis. So I looked at SQL for 4 months. From November to February, I wasn't making any progress. I needed a project to work on. I was finding it very difficult to do. So I think I chanced on Tenalytics on Twitter, and I joined one of your sessions. And by leap of faith, I joined your program. And I would say from March, since I joined, I joined because I wanted to learn SQL. But now I'm really into Python because I'm really enjoying Python. So I would say for Tenalytics is the best place to learn if you want to go into data science and everything. And I've really enjoyed my stay. It's just 3 months I've been with Tenalytics, but I've learned really a lot. I've learned Excel. I work as an accountant. I've worked with Excel for more than 2 years, but I didn't know how to build dashboard. I didn't know a lot of things in Excel. But through Tenalytics training, I've gotten to know a lot about Excel. Now I can build projects in SQL. I know I'm still on Python, but I've really fallen in love with Python. And I wouldn't want to say much, but I would advise each and every one of us here, if you really want to transition from your career into tech, or you want to learn something new to improve yourself, then Tenalytics is the best place to look at. Thank you.
All right, fantastic. Randy joining in from Ghana, giving that fantastic feedback. Just going to see, do I have Olaniyi Damilare? Do you want to go next? Olaniyi Bello. All right, yes. Let me hear from you. See, oh, you're muted. You've not muted yourself.
Sorry about that. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. I'm glad for this time you're giving to me to speak about my journey so far and my experience with Tenalytics. I would say from the beginning, actually, my background is in petroleum, yeah. And when I'm talking about my background, I'm talking about in education and professional, my working time and all of that. And I've gotten to a stage maybe in my education. I just finished my MSc. Before I finished my MSc, I was applying for job in my field. And one thing was, I feel like, okay, I needed some more options in my basket. And I feel like, okay, what other tech, I'm looking into the tech, and I feel like, okay, what other tech stuff can I go into? Tech career can I go into? I actually ventured into web developer. I started learning CSS, HTML all by myself. And I got to a point I said, no, I can't do this anymore. I need a mentorship. I reached out to a lot of people, and they were like, they don't have time. They have seen they are doing them, but even themselves, they're busy and all of that. Some, they won't even reply a message. Then on a particular day on Twitter, yeah, I'm following someone that hosted analytics on that space, particularly, and I was listening to the space, and I had everything the representative of that day was talking about, the amount, the program schedule, what I'm going to learn, and all of that, and the program that are available. And after then, I look at the program, I checked everything. I went to the analytics website, I checked it, okay, what can I actually do? And I realized that when I was applying for my job in my field, I saw data analyst, yeah. I was like, okay, this is something interesting. If I have the skills, if I have everything, I can actually apply for the job. And for the fact that I have a little background in educational background in petroleum as well. So I decided to join analytics. And one of the reasons why I joined, one of the major reasons and other reasons that I've joined analytics is that when I was looking at the price ranges, I was surprised. And I come on the space that day and I asked, like, why is the price this amount? I've checked other people. I was seeing prices like £1,005, £700, and all of that. And they explained everything. I was like, okay. And I reached out to my friend, okay, what do you think about these people? And I said, for me, I trust these people. Okay, I'm going to go for it. And I will tell you, since I've joined this program, I'm quite delighted that I joined this program. I thank God, I'm grateful that I joined the program. First of all, when I joined the April cohort. And along the line, I joined the February cohort, yeah. And along the line, I think I have some difficulty, like I was moving houses, job and everything. Then I have to reach out to the coordinator in charge and said, okay, I have to define my program. And they actually allowed me. It's one of the benefits whereby, okay, you can actually enjoy when you're with analytics. You can define your program, but there is a time limit here. So I defined my program to April. And since April that I've joined as a data analyst, yeah, we've learned Excel. And the things I've learned in Excel, if time permit me, you'll be surprised. You feel like, okay, you didn't actually go to school to study this thing, now you are doing this. I can do a lot of things with functions on Excel. I can do a data visualization on Excel using your pivot table. I feel so comfortable using Excel at this point. Even now, we are at the point whereby we're using Power BI also. Power BI, for me, I think Power BI is quite challenging and is interesting as well. And so far, and with a lot of the time, a lot of lectures we have been given, the way the program is scheduled, how we interact with the person in charge, is really amazing. Sometimes it's really amazing. Sometimes it's the program. You get to meet every 3 hours, and even the person taking the program will still feel like, okay, I can give out 30 minutes out of my time. Actually, and it's quite amazing. Yeah. So later, some other benefit you can actually gain also. You have weekly program whereby you have group into group. You have a group, then you can interact with your group. In my group, you are doing a lot. Like, we have a group whereby we meet every certain period of the week. We get to learn new things about Excel, Power BI, and everything. And at this point, I'm so confident, and I can actually tell you on my LinkedIn, I have someone that have reached out to me offering a part-time role already. I've not even we've not got it to the point whereby we have to update your LinkedIn, optimize your LinkedIn and everything. I already got an offer, someone offering part-time already on my LinkedIn. I don't even have my CV yet. I don't even have my CV completed yet. So it's one of the amazing things. Like, and the thing on
we got you.
The job role and everything, and they are acting that I'm gonna do actually is something I know that okay, I'm confident I can do. And I've actually gone to the website, I've checked everything, to see if it's legit, and it's actually legit. And they're actually looking for someone in UK. I'm in the UK, and okay, if I'm flexible and everything, everything is quite amazing. And I feel like within a short period whereby I'm learning this thing, it's not like okay, I have to rush and go and learn it. And I have someone. We have people. You have the coordinators. You have the Ifemena itself, whereby you shall reach out to, and maybe you can reach out to, and they can actually help you out and all of that. There are a lot of benefits I can mention, like others have mentioned also. There are a lot of benefits. I would like you. And if you are thinking of joining any of the program internally, I believe if you are serious-minded, if you know what you're doing, you enjoy what you're doing. Honestly,
Alani, I think to a very large extent, you've given like a very detailed experience of, and I really appreciate you taking out time to do this. Thank you very much. Really, and I'm very sure the majority of people who have learned from what you have said. I just have one last person, to Yin Thompson. Do you want to go next quickly? Turn on your video and let's get to hear from you quickly. So just in 1 minute. I know the time is well spent. Do you want to go ahead? Turn on your video.
Yes.
Yes.
Good. What's the time now?
Good evening.
Yes.
Yes. Almost rounding off. Yeah.
Yeah. Good evening, everybody. Yes. So, thank you for having me here. I joined Tenalytics in April. By the end of April, and it's been before March. I hadn't heard of Tenalytics, but I've been looking for. I've been in HR for close to a decade, and it got to a point where it was like there was an artificial ceiling. Like I knew I wasn't where I needed to be or where I wanted to be, but I needed to break that ceiling, and I was just thinking of tech and all, and then I stumbled on Tenalytics on Instagram, and I jumped on the train, and it's been wonderful. It's been beautiful all through. I joined HR analytics cohort in April, and I've learned so much. I've always worked with Microsoft Excel, like some other people have been saying, but I never figured out how to use pivot charts, dashboards, and the rest, and it's been amazing. We work with real data sets, and then the tutors were just amazing. Like the last speaker said, with what we've learned from even the mentorship sessions and the classes, I kind of touched my LinkedIn profile a bit, and I actually got recruiters, contacting me on jobs, that I would love to do. And it's just been amazing. I even got someone contacting me on Global Talent Visa UK. So I'm currently in Nigeria. I'm looking for remote roles. I'm not really particular about relocating now, but I'm just looking for remote roles. And we've learned Excel, we've learned Power BI. I've built multiple dashboards on Excel and Power BI. And, the experience has just been wow. Because, whether you are experiencing in these work tools or not, Tenalytics tutors would, hold you by the hand and just guide you through it. It's a set of skills that you're learning and you don't even know when you're learning them. It's just amazing. And I'm really grateful for being a part of Tenalytics. Not to talk too much. If you're interested in upskilling, Tenalytics is your plug. Your very sure plug. I've had an amazing experience. I don't regret it for 1 minute. And I'm learning every day. Seriously, when I got that message from the recruiter on LinkedIn, I was like, are you
Just now,
serious? It was just within like 2-3 weeks, just now. And then another person saying, that I could, be a very good candidate for the global talent visa. I'm like, hey, are you serious? It's amazing. And, you get to learn skills that are in demand. And that's very important. That's very important. They know how to channel you to the right thing to get it done faster. Thank you.
Thank you very much. How do you pronounce it? Thompson. Yinlayefa. Okay. All right. Yes. Good to thank you. Thank you very much for taking our time.
And then I'm just going to add one thing. Someone was saying, how do you combine the 9 to 5? I know. I have a 9 to 5, a very busy work schedule. I'm married with 3 children, and I'm still able to, you just have to, and then when you have the drive, when you have the fire and the interest, you make out time for it. Just an hour a day dedicated to learning these skills will get you far. So that's
fantastic. All right. Thanks a lot, Yinlayefa. All right. Thanks a lot for that.
Yes,
absolutely. Correct. Thanks for taking our time to share your experience with the training program, so on and so forth. So I just want to spend the next couple of minutes to talk about testimonials, because quite a number of people have asked questions. How are people getting jobs? People are coming on the call at the moment are going through the training program, and you can hear the wonderful stuff about what they are going through, what they've learned, how they're impacting all the projects they've worked on. All right, so let's just, because if we should stay here to talk about people who have gotten jobs, we would likely sleep here. But I've just taken our time to select some of the wonderful people that have actually gone through the training program, and now they're working for, top firms here in the UK. All right, so we have Whistling. All right, Whistling did the data analytics training program, and she currently works with Shell UK. She currently works as a sales analyst, okay? And she got it after training with Tenalytics. Now, all these people are actual people. You can see the conversation they had with Adeza. All right, you can see Adeza just got an update on the outcome of the interview. I am pleased to let you know that I have been offered the position at Shell. I wanted to say thank you so much for everything. It's amazing to have found a position 4 months after completing the course and internship. So she's currently working with Shell in the UK, all right, as a sales analyst. All right, this is just one of so many other ones that I'm going to share with you. All right, you can see Thelma also. Thelma landed a job as a HR analyst in Birmingham, UK. All right, and she finished. It was after she finished the HR analytics training program. She also got this job. These are actually more recent people that are getting jobs within the UK. All right. So this is Thelma's story, getting a job as an HR analytics professional in the UK. We have Olugbemi also based in Canada. All right. Got a job as a business data analyst. And that's why I usually tell most people, or that's why I said also during the training program that we are always keeping in trend to see what is trending. So a lot of people, business analysts out there, you see them just learning just business analysis. All right, or just keys, fundamental projects management plus business analysis, and that's it. But the business analysis training program is so detailed, so you can work as a data analyst, you can work as a business analyst, you can work as a business systems analyst, you can work as there's so many roles you can take on once you go through the training. So Olugbemi actually went through the data analytics training program, but got a job as a business data analyst with Law Depot in Canada. And, this guy is one of, what a very phenomenal guy. Now, Olugbemi, currently we're having a session now, and he's currently talking to the guys in Canada on how they can actually get jobs in Canada. All right. And this is just coming from what we have instilled in him. This guy has gone forward to get several offers in Canada and doing very great stuff for himself at the moment. We also have Emeka. All right, got a job after going to the data analytics training program with Western Union. Currently works as a digital analyst. So if you always go on website and you're always looking for data analysts, there are so many other jobs you can actually go for. And that's one of them, digital analyst, sales analyst. These are all analytical roles that we can take on. All right. This is another one that got a job as a business data analyst, all right, after completing the data analytics training program. So you can see all the conversations they've had, all right, everything is there. Additionally, I got 3 more offers, 3 more offers. But did you see this? Boss, I got a job. Hello, Benga. Are you serious? Wow, congratulations. I have flooded your DMs on Slack about it. Also, your team have been very helpful, especially the background checks. Like I said, when it comes to reference in the UK, you can't play with it. They will always ask for a reference. So if you've never worked as a data analyst, you've never worked as a business analyst, and you're looking for that reference, that's where Tenalytics comes in to bridge the gap for you. So you train, you work, you do the internship, you can claim work experience with Tenalytics. So those are the efforts that we put in to get you that extra step into the door. So you've worked in Nigeria, okay? Have not done anything outside of Nigeria, fine and good. You can claim work experience with Tenalytics in the UK, all right? So all these things are what we have done, and that's what we are good at. So you can see quite a number of, this is an HR analyst, this is also a business intelligence analyst, Idris Adebisi did a full stack data science program, currently works with Jaguar, all right, as a data engineer. So these are the things that you're going to learn, all right? Because like I said, majority of the data scientists used to be data engineers. So if you're learning data engineering, you could also shuffle as a data scientist. Like myself, I've never really trained to be a data engineer, but because of my experience in data science, I can shuffle as a data engineer. And that's why if recruiters see my CV, they would like to interview me for data engineering roles, but also my roles in the past and recently has been incorporating a bit of data engineering. And as you go up in your career path as a data analyst, you start to go into data science, data engineering, and so on. So you see, that's what exactly happened with Idris and DBC also. So also with Ebube is a fantastic lady, went through the data science program and currently works as a data scientist with the NHS. If we open testimonial alone on NHS, I can tell you testimonial on NHS alone is enough for us to close the day on testimonials. So we have quite a number of people from information analysts to digital analysts to data scientists to data analysts to so many roles within the NHS, because obviously they sponsor. So it's one of the fastest way for you to get a sponsored job in the UK. NHS, get an analyst role, get a science role, data science, data engineering role, and you will likely get a sponsorship. So, everybody is one of this. And you can see what she said here. My new role is data scientist. My first proper job in the UK after the analytics training. So these are the things that we are doing, all right, to get you into the industry. So there are so many. This is also Victor, people operations analyst, got a job after going through the data analytics training program, HR analytics training program, and those are the things that you learn. Also, Rafiat. So the funny thing with Rafiat is currently I'm working with the post office in the UK. I'm working as the business data support lead. So I'm leading the team for the business data support within the post office here in the UK. So I was having a meeting. I was having a group session. All right, driving a particular initiative within the post office, and during the session, Rafiat was apparently on the call. Okay, Rafiat was on the call also. And, after the call, she sent me a message. Hello, Ifemena, how are you doing today? And I was like, do I know you? How are you? How are you doing today? Being pleasant and all that. And she was like, oh, this is Rafiat from Tenalytics. I did the BA training program. And currently, she works as a business analyst within the same organization. I was absolutely flabbergasted. I was, the right English is flabbergasted, because I have been working for different organizations in the UK, Ireland. I barely get to see Nigerians. I literally I can bet you can work in an organization now, you would barely see a Black person. All right. So it was at that point in time, I felt like, okay, do you know what? If we can achieve this, that somebody can send me a message that, oh, they went through analytics and they actually got a job as a business analyst. All right. And she got a job just about 3 weeks before I actually joined. So she joined recently. Also, I joined recently. And those are the things that I was so proud of. I was like, okay, we need to do more. Let's get more Nigerians in this environment. And that's basically how we got to know each other. And that's how we got to, because we have a lot of mentorship sessions. So she knew me, but obviously we have quite a number of people going through the training programs. I don't know her on a one-on-one basis, but you know, she was chatting me up and she was so excited. So whenever I've never been to the office before, but I guess she goes into the office once in a while. So she said whenever I'm in the office, I should let her know. But we've not seen physically before, but you know, those are the kind of impacts that we do. All right. Just send me a Teams message. If you man, how you doing? You're in post office now. It's good to see you. All right. They got the right person for the job because I'm the one providing support, data support for the entire team across the post office. All right. So we have Ubong also working as a data. See, like I said, I could go on and on and on about testimonials. All right. Quite a number of people. And this is another main guy. All right. So we have quite a number of people also getting jobs from Nigeria, especially to get a job in the US. So we have Victor, all right, two guys on the list that I have here. Victor is currently based in Nigeria, but works for a firm in the US. So Ugo is based in Chicago, all right, and he works in Nigeria, all right. So my guy is earning in dollars, but you know, and spending in naira. You know, so same thing up to Rashid. Abdurrashid is another very solid guy. Got a job in Nigeria, currently works with Chow 420 in the US, and he lives and works in Nigeria. So we have quite a number of remote opportunities that we set you up on, okay, to help you get this remote job in the US, in Canada, so on and so forth. So you don't even need to, if you're not looking at relocation, that's fantastic, that's good. All right, there's also an opportunity for you to get remote jobs. Now, the key thing here, it's not for you to learn skill. And that's one thing I'd like to tell most people. We're not here to talk about skill. Yes, the skill is important, but the most important thing is for you to get a better job, to get a better. See, if I look at myself, and I think I did a post on this on Instagram, I look at myself sometimes and I'm like, if I did not learn these skills back then, if I didn't learn those skills back then, those skills I'm using right now, if I didn't learn it back then, where would I be? What kind of career path would I be? I was doing consulting. So if I look at consulting, what consulting would I be doing at the moment? What kind of skills do I have now that would generate the kind of revenue that I'm looking for? All right. So now I can confidently dictate my income. If I want to move a job from now to get a new job, all I need to just do is jump into the job market and I'm looking for a job, get the one I'm looking for, request for something higher. So those are the things that you're looking for. And one of my friends actually sent me a message saying that when is the best time to get started? You know, I wish I started this thing before. When I started before, there was no demand. There was no demand for data analysts and all this. The demand was not there. Like, yes, even back then in Nigeria, to get a job of 300,000 was a hustle, was a big hustle. But now you can see I have data analysts going through the data analytics program, getting as high as 500 to 700,000 in Nigeria. I have a BA person that got a job last week. First job as a BA was 450,000 naira. All right. So these are the things that we're talking about. This demand now is when people are realizing that the business analysts, data analysts, and all these tech professional data engineers, data scientists, they need them. Now, people are willing to pay to keep you within the organization. All right. So it's not, learning it before was not even the case. Learning it now is the main thing, because down the line, you want to be the one to lead departments. Who am I to be leading a department? It's not because I've learned it before. That's why I'm able to lead, to also tell them best practices and stuff like that. So some of our participants have, they've gotten jobs. They're working with quite a number of firms, HSBC to, Lloyds Bank, to Frasers, to Amazon, we have about 3 people in Amazon at the moment. All right, one in Birmingham, the other one in London, 2 in London and 1 in Birmingham. All right, working remotely actually. So these are the kind of things that we do. We have people working Microsoft, we have people working PwC, NHS, KPMG, so on and so forth, Nike and all that. So there are so many jobs, that I tell you that you can get into. All right. So there are so many testimonials. Like I said, there are quite a number of testimonials in there. You'll get the slides and you're free to go through all of them together. All right. So the key thing here is you getting started. You taking that first step to say that, do you know what? I want to do this particular thing. And I want you to just look at yourself. What skill do you have? All right. What skill do you have that somebody will be willing to pay you above £200 per day? All right. So if you're working as any other job, how many hours do you need to work to get £200? All right. And this is what you'll be paid. per day. Some roles will even pay you as 300, 400 pounds per day. Yes, those things require, more experience, but you can start from somewhere and work your way up. Do you understand? And that's the way it works. All right. So, this is a motivation. This is just to tell you that you can actually do this thing, from visa sponsorship to getting a better pay, to getting a better life. I've not left in the past 3 years. I've only been to the office once. All right. And that was during Christmas last year, just for a Christmas event that they were doing in the office. I just went in to just see my colleagues. All right. And there, I told them I might not be able to, I might not come back to the office again. This is the last time you guys will see me. All right, because the commute was actually very, very long. Okay, it was very long to get to the office. So, these are the beauty tech provides for you, working remotely, working at the convenience of your house, and all the things that you need to do. So now, this is the last time I'm going to, this is a discount price for the first 20 people to register. All right, first 20 people to register. All right. I'm not going to be taking too much of your time anymore. Like I said, I'm just going to show you through the classroom, and that's what we're going to do for the end of the day. So I'm just going to go through all the programs are here. So if you see this is a Google Classroom. So because I am on the other hand to work with all the participants across all the program, I have access to all the groups. So you see, these are all the groups going on at the moment. So I'll just take one of the career, let's just take one of the training programs, the Full Stack Data Science Code 14. All right, you see all the programs outlined at the moment. Okay, so you see from the welcome address to the welcome kit to the materials, everything is stored on the platform. So you are never going to say that, oh, I missed a class. Even though you miss a class, let's take for example the dashboarding class. Okay, I'm just going to show you this. You can see now Brahima has posted a new material, the live class recording. So even if months after the training program, you would always have access to the recording. All right. So even if you forget, you have the materials, you have all the materials, you have the data, and it's all case study based. Every single thing you've been working on is case study based. Now that is for Excel dashboard. You'll see the same thing for predictive analytics. Okay, for predictive analytics, they are all case study based. This is statistics. So the way we teach you is using projects to explain concepts, not the other way around. So people will use 2 hours to explain theory, then they'll use 1 hour to explain practical. It's not like that. So we use projects to explain the theory. Now let's look at this. These are healthcare. And one key thing you should know at the back of your mind that these are actual case studies. These are actual real life projects that we have worked on. All right, as contractors, as freelancers, as professionals. All right, we've worked on this project and we use it to train our participants. Now looking at this. These are healthcare medicals. The leading pharmaceutical company is committed to delivering high quality medical solutions, blah, blah, blah. All right. So, so healthcare has hired a data professional. Healthcare wants you to provide valuable insight into the company's workforce and help identify areas of improvement. So these are the things, like I said, this is what a recruiter will be asking you. Oh, you know how to use Excel. You know how to use Tableau. Can you tell me about the time you used Excel to solve a critical problem? This is what you're going to tell them. Oh, yes, I remember I was working on a project for one of the top healthcare, one of the top pharmaceutical companies back in Africa. And, they were basically having issues with, the workforce and identify solutions. And this is how I used Excel to come up with recommendations inside to solve this problem. All right. So you have the data and you're going to be using, I'm just going to see. So this is the recording for the dashboard class. I'm just going to show you what they did in class, just for you to see. So this is the first class. Let me show you again. This is the first class that they have in building a report already. So let me just show you again. This is the class week 1. This is week 1. Watch me do it video. This is dashboarding. So this is the first class, the first live class they're going to be having, and they're already building a dashboard already. Okay. So this is Brahima, one of the senior data associates here at Analytics, and very experienced professional, gone through and implemented from data science initiatives, machine learning, across some big firms, back in Nigeria and across Africa itself. All right. So she works with us also to train people, get them ready, into getting their first job in tech. All right. So you see, these are the things practical-based sessions you're going to be having. All right, one-on-one sessions whereby you can actually learn, practice, and put to action some of the things you've done. And you can see it's here, studying e-commerce dashboard, and you're building the reports to solve that critical question. So you can easily tell a recruiter, yes, I've worked on the case study, on an e-commerce case study, where I use Excel to provide analytical recommendations to the business. So these are the things that you will learn. Practical, simply with business analysis. I'm going to go through every one of them. So this is business analysis, and you see it's the same process. So you're going to start with Excel, you move to Power BI. From Power BI, you get to SQL. You see the SQL there. From SQL, then you have the BA classes. So this one started on the 5th, that's May 2023. So they've just done 2 classes in BA. So like I said, BA now, most roles in BA require you to have analytical skills. So you can see this is the recording, and I'm just going to show you a tip of the recording, all right? This is the materials. You can see the materials for the business analysis core concept model. So these are the things that you learn. But now the key thing there is not just you learning these things, is you put into practice the project you're going to work on. How do you use this in an actual work environment? That's exactly what we will be doing for you. So, these are the recordings. Every session is recorded, and you have full-time, lifetime access to these recordings. So please do well to, start transitioning with us. Same thing with HR analytics, financial analytics, the same thing. Data engineering, the same thing. I'm just going to show you a tip of data engineering. So you can see this from Excel, all right, from introduction to data engineering, to Python and data engineering, to SQL. They're currently on SQL. And I'm just going to show you a tip of the classes. And all the things that you need to learn, in data science. All right. So I need to just fast forward this a bit. All right. So these are all the recordings are available, real time for you to get access to, and you can always work with them. Sorry, my internet might be acting up right now. But anyways, all these videos, materials, everything is available for you to work with. We also have what we call Watch Me Do It videos. They are self-paced, practical. So what you do in class is enough, but you can also do more, all right, on your own time. So you have classes on Saturday and Sunday, all right? But what do you do from Monday to Friday? You can't just stay on your own. So we give you what we call, self-paced projects, all right? Self-paced projects for you to work on. And I'm just going to show you a tip of that. And you can see this is you using Python, for database, queries and all that, for SQL, essentially. So you're going to be working with how to use, you can see you're using PostgreSQL. PostgreSQL is one of the largest databases you have, in the world at the moment. So these are the things that you'll be doing, project-based, and you'll be working on these projects real time, all right? Self-paced itself, all right? And this is one of the business analysis classes. You can see this is the principles of business analysis, using live case studies to break it down, what roles, internal system, external system, and the systems you're going to be working with, so on and so forth. So anyways, I don't think there's any other questions. So please don't forget, it's only available for the first 20 people. And I'll tell you, it gets filled up very quickly. So you want to be part of the first 20 people to register, secure your position, so you don't pay the original fee of £400. And the good thing, like I said, you can pay in 2 installments, £300 in 2 installments, 200 and £100. £100 comes 1 month after. All right. And if you're paying in Naira, 270,000 Naira, 180K to secure your position, then 90,000 Naira comes 1 month into the training program. The same thing with data engineering, £400, paying 2 installments, 300 and 100. And in Naira, 350, comparing 2 installments of 250 and £100. 100,000 Naira, I mean, okay. All right. So thank you very much. I hope you guys have, cannot raise his hand and is being persistent. All right, Olukayode Peter. Peter, do you want to just ask a question quickly before I call it a day? Peter Josiah. Is it Josiah? Josiah. Okay, Josiah, okay. I'm not sure if Brahima, do you want to just bring him up? Because I can't see any Josiah or Peter here.
Okay, I
Ikechukwu.
think he dropped off because I
Okay,
cannot see him again. So
all right. I'm just gonna take Ikechukwu and yes, Ikechukwu, go ahead, please.
Yeah, good evening, sir. Thanks for everything. I mean, you broke everything down and it's really, really clear. And I'm really interested in the program. And I've gone through a program like this in the past.
Okay.
It was not like it was not good. Like they were just all over the place, doing cloud, but you just gave direction. It's clear, and you guys know Onion. I'm really excited about it, and I really want to join. So my question is, you say you guys will be helping to get the job, get off the job after the training, because you said it's not about the skill, it's about job. That's my question.
Yeah. All right. So like I said, during the training program, so we do a lot of, outside technical training services. So from CV review, LinkedIn optimization, navigating the job market, recommendation letter, reference letters, and job and interview preparation. So we help you. We don't apply for jobs for you. All right. You apply for a job. So we give you a very good CV. We review your CV to have a very good CV. We tell you how to apply for jobs. We teach you how to apply for jobs, how to tailor your CV to job roles. So a lot of people just send out emails, for job applications. So we teach you how to tailor your CV. All right. There's one I showed you at the start of the session, when I went on LinkedIn to look for a particular job. All right. Let me just go ahead and look for a job within the UK. Yeah. All right. And let me just say this. All right. So let me look for Power BI. So Power BI is a very beautiful, somebody talked about Power BI. I'll answer that question shortly. So let's just say Power BI analyst in the United States, United Kingdom. So anyway, Power BI developer, Power BI analyst, so on. So let's say Power BI developer. All right. So for this one, you see, 80%. Now, if I apply for this particular job, I would likely get a call, for me to have an interview with this recruiter. All right. The same thing with any other role, Power BI, SME, this is 45%. So one role was 80, this one was 45 is low. So what makes this particular low? What makes this one lower? All right, is what we call keywords. Okay. So these are the things that we're going to teach you how you can tailor your CV to the job role. All right. Those are the key things that you need to know. All right. So those are the things that we'll do for you to give you an higher chance of getting a call from a recruiter. Now, one thing most people don't understand is getting a call from a recruiter is still a first step, but that's a very good step, all right? Because they like you and they want to hear you speak. That's a very good, to me, when a recruiter calls me, all right, it gives me a very good chance. I have at least a 50% chance of getting a job, all right? So it's now for me to impress a recruiter. And that's where we now come in with this particular aspect, which is the job and interview preparation. So if normal first call from the interview to just say, oh, introductory call, it's not just an introductory call, that's the recruitment processing starting. All right. So those are the things that we do for you, from CV review, link optimization, navigating the job market, reference, and job preparation. So we don't physically apply for jobs for you. We just teach you the best way for you to get that job. And that's why we have a very high rate of people getting jobs with data analytics. So Ikechukwu, I hope that answers your question. All right. I have 3 more people asking questions. Let me just take your questions and we'll call it a day. All right. So our training programs are Saturdays and Saturday and Sunday, just weekends. We don't do weekdays, just Saturdays and Sunday. Fulmi Adetayo, I'm trying to ask you to unmute yourself. So you might want to unmute yourself so I can ask a question.
Yeah, good evening, everyone.
Good evening, good evening.
Yeah, thanks so far. I've actually joined since about 7:45. I'm still on.
Amazing.
And I've switched from my phone to my son's phone, and it seems the class is not going to end. I actually want to ask the question Josiah Peter wanted to ask. He wanted to know if he can get a discount for just CV and LinkedIn stuff. He will be rounding up with his master's in data analytic in the UK,
Okay.
and
Yeah.
I actually sent the link to him to join. So he now said that he has knowledge of all the other parts, but he just wants to prepare his CV for job. I don't know if there is a that separately, so that I can tell him.
Okay, we don't do that separately, unfortunately, and that's because it's having a master's. I will tell you category. I have a master's in data analytics. I will teach my professors. I will teach those people that taught me in school. I will teach them confidently, what the industry accepts. So having a master's in data science or data analytics is just a tip in the iceberg. So we don't actually do that. We don't offer that external as a separate. It's only for people that go through analytics that we offer those additional services, because we are backing up your training. All right. Or we're backing up the training that you're going through with analytics to get you that edge over any other person in the industry. So that's what we do. All right. So
okay, when is the next program aside this one? When is the next? Because
so
I'm
we do this
interested, but I'm quite busy at the office at the moment.
All right, so yeah, that's fine. Well, so July we do in August, so we run every month. So every single month, yeah, we do every month. The training program runs every month. All right.
All right, thank you.
All right, thanks for that fantastic question for me. Absolutely, thanks a lot for taking our time. I'm probably this. I just have two more questions, and that's it. John and Collins, those are the two people I'm going to be calling, and that's the end. I'll call it a day after those two questions. So Collins, iPad, and John. Okay, yes, go ahead. Hi, John. How are you doing today?
Good evening.
Yes,
I'm very
bro.
well, thank you. And you?
Very
Sorry,
good.
sorry, don't let me draw us back. I just wanted to confirm the extension you used for the LinkedIn job analytics, right? To get like the job match, what's it called? The extension you use on LinkedIn to get like the job match, the percentage match, and things like that.
Hi.
What extension? Which extension is it?
Hi.
I didn't get that. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I'm just acting like I can't hear you. You want to get free info, yeah? Yes, it's
I
actually.
have it. I'm in the class
I know
now.
it's. I know
I'm in the current course. I just
it's
want
job
to confirm.
analytics. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
job
but
analytics.
I downloaded the extension, but it's not coming up still. I don't know what's going on. Actually.
Okay. You might need to just go ahead with Okay, do you know what? You can send me a message. You can just send your coordinator a message, and yes, I'll talk to you on that. Is that okay?
All right, no worries. No worries.
Yeah, that's no problem. That's no
Thank
problem
you.
at all. You deal with
All
us
right.
now. We did together, so.
Okay. No,
All right. Yes, boss. The right guy. All right. Collins, let me take you quickly.
Hi, Efe.
Yes, Collins.
I mean, my question was, exactly what the last person just asked. Because I'm an alumni, so but I think when this particular session was held, I wasn't there, so I mean it kind of looked a bit strange to me. So I wanted to also get that idea how you got that percentage match, but yeah.
Oh yes, that's just the way it is. It's job analytics, okay? So you can get it as a free extension, but there are other things that apart from just job analytics, there are other ways you can actually do this. So job analytics doesn't work on all the websites for job. All right. There are other ways that we use internally to analytics. But you are part of us already. You went through us. So unless you didn't go through those sessions. Yes, so we have those things that we have said, and even if you finish, even though you can't remember, it's on Google Classroom. You can go there to watch those sessions again, and you always have access to them. But please, if you don't see it, send the coordinators a message, and we'll work something out for you. Is that okay?
Yeah, I mean, I think I've dropped a message to John because I noticed in the Google Classroom the last LinkedIn optimization, the video is no longer there. It was a Zoom recording, but it's no longer there. So yeah.
Okay, we'll confirm that because we moved from Zoom, so some things might get mixed up. So we'll confirm and get that sorted out. Just send a message to Joan and we'll get that working. All right. All right. So colleagues, thanks a lot for that. Thanks a lot. You see, our people are doing amazing stuff already. Yeah. All right. So thank you guys so much for joining the session. I hope you guys have learned one thing or the other. If you're in the UK, trust me, I don't joke about this, yeah, but there are so many jobs. The problem is people don't have the skill to get those jobs. All right. I'm in the UK. I came in I was in Ireland, moved to the UK I moved here last year, February. And from that February till now, I can tell you categorically, at one point in the UK, I was doing 3 jobs. 3 contracts at the same time, working for 1 in Ireland, 2 within the UK. And those are the things I tell most people, and people will say that they're not jobs. I have this job. And I'm looking at them like, okay, what can you do? I used to work as an accountant, in my previous work. Yes, accounting is a business roles, means that everybody that doesn't have a tech role, you're competing with those people. They're competing with business, they're competing with engineers, they're competing with every person that can apply for a job. Do you understand? So you're a business person, you did international business or something. Trust me, you will spend years trying to get it. I'm not saying it's good. You might get a job in consulting or something, all right? But getting that flexibility to get more pay, and that's why I want most people that have transitioned into tech, they'll tell you categorically, like, there is so much opportunity. All right. So today I can work as a data analyst. Tomorrow I'm working as a Power Platform developer. Tomorrow I'm working as I can switch my career paths the way I want it. All right. So those are the beauty that you have in tech. And I like to paint it to people that I didn't start here I didn't find myself here. It took me, years of practice. It took me years of, learning these things. And that's why we're trying to demystify it for people. So rather than you taking years to learn it, we're trying to say that you can learn it in in a shorter period of time, 3 months, using industry relevant projects that people outside don't get access to. Only you get access to those projects. Use it as a work experience and get the job that you're looking for. And if I've not done this before, I won't be able to talk about it. My LinkedIn profile is there. Some of the jobs I've done, okay, are not on my LinkedIn profile because conflicts. I can't tell this company I'm working with this company at the same time, working for 2 companies, and I can't put them. Contractors, 3-6 months, I can't put them on my profile because it doesn't show longevity and all that. But anyways, those are the things I like to talk to people. There are so many jobs, so many opportunities in tech. Don't get scared to say that you cannot do it. Don't get scared. That's one thing that really shoots people off. Oh, I'm not technical. I'm not in maths. What mathematics are you doing? Power BI is literally drag and drop. Drag this one, drop it. Drag this one and drop it until you see it before you believe it. Well, anyways, thank you very much for taking out time to join the session. It's been 4 hours on the call, and I want to really appreciate the people that stayed to the end. Trust me, you guys are the real MVP, not Analytics. You guys are the real MVP. And I'm going to ask you guys to all unmute yourself, okay? And let's say good night together. All right. So thank you very much,
guys. Very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
so much.
Thank you very much.
Good night. So much.
Good night.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You guys are the real MVP. You guys are really awesome. Thank you very much, guys. All right. Have a good night.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Good night.
This one slide.
Prime, the presentation slides Adesa promised.
Yeah, this will be communicated across all platforms. Right. Have a good evening, everyone.
Right. Okay.
So I'm from Nigeria. In any place like located in Nigeria, I plan like physical training section.